Hello and welcome to Avress, the Shattered World. I am Argent, or Jin, whichever we want to call it. And we are live today for the first time in a little while, so good to see you out there. We'll get things started here from where we left off. But first off, we want to introduce our players, and we will start with our person who was absent last week there. Elmy, jump on in here.
Hey, I'm Elmi in the server, also Ubi's Candy on YouTube, and I'm playing as Eldon, a gnome artificer, artillerist.
I am Draven, aka Trevor in game. I am a magnificent, awesome, unkillable gunslinger who will never take damage ever, except for always.
Hello, I'm Bernie. I play Amethyst. She is a tabaxi sorceress. Apparent mind.
I'm Rob. I'm playing a half elf bard called Lucas.
I'm Nans. I play a Dragonkin paladin called Sora.
Excellent. So, last week, the group was on their way back to Craven's Rest, their home, and had, after a bit of a problem with a city being on fire and attacked by little trollings that they dealt with, got some information about the trollings and where they're coming from and why they were there. That they were starving, and the fact that they were looking on the hunt for food. There seemed to be some sort of a schism or issue between the leadership of the village there. And this group had left on their way to search for their own source of food. They dispatched the trollings, interrogated the last one, and dispatched it as well, much to a bit of a conflict there. But the group moved on after helping things out there and getting a rest to head on their way. They stopped off at the Forge Right Inn, where they had stopped on the way to Port Oris, and had an uneventful night. Did find out a little bit about the stable hand who had been in charge of the area where the porter from the group had been murdered. He had been sent away, reassigned somewhere else, a place called White Rock that they had discussed. So it seemed kind of sinister, but the party had picked out a bit of information that the Forge Right company had an interest in some sort of a mine. Eldon had realized this was a substance that could be combined with salt that got very, very cold and we used to refrigerate things through some strange reaction and everything else. Seemed to be a bit of a difficult assignment to go there, but the group didn't know much more than that and moved on there. The continued and ended up at just 2 days away from their destination at a roadside shrine of Furlangen. And there encountered a group, a wagon and some tents belonging to a traveling group of herbalists and explorers that were far from their home in the verdant wilds, but were in the area to search for things. And there found potentially some, well, strange fey-touched things called moon elks or lunar elks that were pulling a green painted wagon, a couple of servants, and a very outgoing, friendly, and verbose wood elf leading the group. They determined a couple of things. First off, there was someone that was staying in the wagon and wasn't coming out. To the handler for the loon elk was a Yuan-Ti, and very bundled up against the cold, not very pleasant there. And in discussion there, they found out that the person inside the wagon was also a Yuan-Ti and didn't want to be outside of the wagon. And of the two human servants that were there, or other people that were there in the company, were actually people they had seen on the way to Port Oris there, a pair of scavengers from a group that had been accosted by what they thought were trollings. A member of their group had been taken away in the night. The the men seemed sort of in a drugged state of some kind, and the group had decided to uh, have their rest and determine what to do in the morning. And so we pick up the morning after with the group camped around the fire there, their own tents kind of in the south part around the shrine itself. The fire still burning, as Trevor had placed himself closest to the fire, camped out under the stars, and with this in a small tent kind of off on her own, I believe, and the rest kind of camped around the wagon and or in Sora's
Yeah, I was
tent.
going to be.
Right.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
going to
hold on
be
there
keeping
too.
an eye out with everybody else with everything going on. That's why I kind of faking sleeping.
Yeah, I wasn't going to be on my own at any point. I don't
I
trust these
was
people.
until we found out what we were, and then now it's kind of like one of those things where I know a point of exhaustion is going to have to come up, but I'm not sleeping. I'm pretending to be
At all?
asleep, but I'm not sleeping.
Okay. Okay.
So I would
So
have
in the
put.
morning, go ahead and mark yourself down for your point of exhaustion and whatever those effects have. Is anyone else going to try to stay up, or going to go ahead and take their sleeping shifts?
I
I was
I
hoping that we could take shifts.
yeah, I was say I'd say sleep in shifts
Okay.
for
Yeah.
Eldon.
One thing you had discussed as well is that the drugged state there could be cured both by Sora's protection from poison spell and from the lay on hands ability as well. So that was something that had been discussed as well in the previous night. So in the morning, the I'm going to go ahead and put a little ambience in here. Let's see.
Oh, that reminds me. I want to show you
Here's
something.
Sweet.
I believe you go under conditions on your character sheet. You can check off exhaustion, and it'll ask you what. At the very bottom is exhaustion levels. At the very bottom of the conditions.
Where's it at? Conditions.
If you go to the right under your hit points there on D&D Beyond, you got conditions and go to the bottom and put down level 1 exhaustion.
Yeah, you click on the little box
Ah!
and it says add condition, add active condition.
I never knew that. Thank you so much. That's amazingly helpful.
Yep.
And it even pops up. I like that. It even pops up on the thing.
And one other thing here. The sun is just coming up. It is just barely cresting over the horizon at this point. Still a bit dim. The light of the campfire is the main light, and the sun just kind of breaking up over the top of the trees, filtering down through the mix of both dead-looking deciduous trees and the evergreens that were around. So, what does it like to do? At this point, their camp is still quiet. They're not really stirring yet. You don't see them moving around or anything else. Both Revelor, the wood elf, and the other servant are still in their tents. The two scavengers are still over in their tents as well.
I am going to detect poison and disease.
As I say, I would like to also
Okay.
do a ritually cast. Go ahead and detect
All right, so
magic.
let's see. Yeah, within 30 feet there. Poison disease, technically, this is not considered. It is not, they're not poisoned. So, if I see kind of poison, I will give it to you, and it's not technically a poison, it's more like they're drugged. So, it is not specifically, they don't have the poison condition currently, but they have
Right.
been drugged. So you will know that from your detect poison or disease. I'll give that to you there. Magic. There is some magic. Uh, it's hard to pin down because it's inside of tents. There's nothing like inherently magical auras in the area itself. But I will give it to you that these guys do have some magic on them, but nothing that you can tell through the walls of a tent. It can penetrate most barriers, but again, it's not blocked, so you can sense that there's magic in there. But you assume some of their gear is magical.
When we get up, I'll spend 10 minutes inspiring my companions.
What would we like to do?
So that's 10 hit points or 9?
Nice.
And suddenly I can't hear anybody.
The
Can you hear
music's
me?
too loud.
I can't hear it at all.
You're all talking and I cannot hear you. I wonder what's going on here. So, let me try to fix that real quick. Let me refresh.
Who's got music on?
This is going to
Jim
break things for
does.
just a minute here. So 1 second.
Is it roll 20?
Yeah, roll 20's got
Yes.
fun.
Oh no, video scramble.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, here we go. Nan's a DM now.
Oh, Nan's
Oh
DM.
God! Oh God!
I am not Trevor.
Dragon comes flying through the air. What do you do?
Yeah, fucking Jim's campaign. Yeah,
cry
Matt.
for Jim.
Poor Jim. Technical difficulties.
Wow.
y'all. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now? And I can
Yeah.
hear you
You
now.
do.
Yeah, but it
Good.
just got
Hear you.
the map just got scrambled.
But we can't see you
I
either.
should. There we go.
There we go.
Cool.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yep. Here we go.
Wow. I wonder because it was being so quiet. It was amazing.
I just had to turn down the volume
Rude.
because it was a little loud.
Yeah. Let me.
Yep.
Because as soon as I turn what happened was as soon as I turned the music, the sound on, everything cut out. I couldn't hear anything. Couldn't even hear the sound. So something went haywire there. So anyway,
So, Eldon,
My,
trying
sorry,
to be a little sneaky, would walk up to Sora. Miss Sora, the question is, you have the curing of the disease and poison thing that you do at times when you lay your hands on people. Yes?
Yes, I also have a spell for it as well.
Fascinating. As he's kind of like chewing on his nail a little bit. The I'm not sure how they would take us approaching them and suddenly laying our hands on them, but they are definitely poisoned. Also, be warned, as I hold up like my little cog that is like, there is magic this direction. They do have magical items. Not sure, but there is definitely magic coming from their tents.
Okay, well that'll be fun.
Yes. So, is it our responsibility to go ahead and cure them of their strange disease? Yes?
I believe it would be our responsibility to help with that, yes.
I'm gonna start can I start talking telepathically to Eldon?
I don't see why not. You have the ability to set a connection.
As long as
Even
I
in
understand
range.
the language they have. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to cut
You
anyone
both
off.
know common. I assume you talk to them in common.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him what the plan is here because I know something. At this point, we all know something's off. So, do we have a point of attack, or are we just avoiding that at all costs? Or like, what's going on? I don't want to act foolishly and get somebody killed, namely myself.
I would like to avoid a conflict. However, they clearly are under the influence of a disease and or poison. Not sure which.
But we are on board with getting them two out of here, correct?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I don't think these people are going to let us just take them.
It is. Hopefully, let's do this quietly before they wake up. Yes.
Stealth. I haven't done that in a little while. All right. And that's all I'll say.
Okay.
So that way I have a
So-
general idea of what the plan is. Because, yeah.
Who is doing what?
Okay.
I am going to sneakily, as best as I can, walk up to the people and cure them of their poison.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth check to see how loud you are. I'm assuming you're not going to be quiet about this, but you're going
I'm attempting to be quiet about it.
Well, I will give you the advantage because they're both still in their tents. They're not, so it's basically going to be just how can you walk quietly enough there to not step on any twigs or trip over a tent spike or anything else. Okay.
17.
I have a question for you real quick, Jim.
Sure.
Where are the
Yeah.
entrances to these tents? I'm assuming that one's right there and that one's right here, or
Yeah.
no?
This one kind of it's kind of an overhang on the front, so you can kind of come out and go either way. So it's kind of almost like a tarp extended out the front there. But yeah, the entrance to the tent is the front of the tent there,
I
facing the
am
fire.
on both.
Okay.
Or
So
that one.
You are not on
Sure.
fire.
I got my gun on. Nah, it's fine. I'm right by the rocks. This is good. This isn't in the
Okay.
fire. But I got my gun basically. I'm keeping watch to make sure neither one of
Sure.
these come out of their tent while they're sleeping. Well, Eldon goes. Okay. Eldon before I go and try to hopefully take the long way around and don't spook the elk because they'll.
Yes.
Really don't have to shoot the Yonti in the face. I mean, I do, but I'm trying not to.
What if me and Sora disguise ourselves as the two people and you guys sneak them away?
You have to cure them first, but that's a good
So-
idea.
Is
I rolled a 17 on myself.
Good thing. Well, I will just say this. Their perception checks, essentially you're beating their passive, but the fact that they're in their tents, I made them roll. And while you're not quiet, and the thing is, you guys are milling around the campfire. It's not like you have to be like silent to know that you're sharing the campfire. You were up and moving around there, so you're basically guys are up there at the basically crack of dawn. You are able to walk over to where the two guys are in their tents. It's basically just almost like a little lean-to. You can just kind of like lean down there, and I will even say that you can just put your hands on both and lay hands on both. So, in order to counteract the drug, you'll need to get rid of 5 points. Use 5 points of Haley on hands for each, so 10 points total.
10 points. Okay.
Okay. As you do, they sort of like stir and wake up a little bit there. Just, I mean, because you're touching them, and the tent opens up there, and some cold air comes in.
Great. I'll put my finger over my mouth as a shh.
All right. So, while she goes in there, what are the rest of you doing? You guys get in the position?
Yeah, I'd like to get in position. Also, because the creepy people are in their own tent, right?
Yeah, it's basically that green tent that Amethyst is sitting at is actually back here now. They moved it out of the way and put it back there. So I couldn't move it.
It's this one?
No, this little green tent that Amethyst is at, it's a little pup tent.
Oh, okay.
It's actually back here now. They pulled up the stakes and moved the tent in the middle before you guys all went down to bed. So
Okay.
this is a big wagon. These are the elk back here. They're just sort of milling around back in the back.
Yeah,
And the other tents are as they appear.
It's these two individuals that we're trying to.
That's the ones you seem to be concerned about. Yes.
Right. Can I tie their tent shut? Like in a way that if they were just trying to bust open, it's it's kind of like one of those things that's like weird. It's kind of hard to get out of a tent because someone is.
Yeah.
Give me a stealth check with disadvantage because you're wrestling his tent and pulling on strings and stuff like that. So it's not like you can really just walk up and just do this. You're going to be moving his tent and everything.
Can you do it with Mage Hand?
I mean, technically, you're still moving the strings.
Can I do it with?
You can try to do it with Mage Hand. Again, the issue is going to be you're still pulling strings and untying things and retying stuff.
Right.
Hold on, be careful. This is not discretion.
I guess I want to ask them timing of this. Are you waiting until Sora goes in to do this, or are you doing this before she goes?
As she is laying down, if she has gone in, she's healed them. While she's healing them, I wanted in case this triggers something, I wanted to make it to where they have difficulty getting out. To give us an extra second or two.
So sorry, I moved you to where the two guys are because they're up here. They're up here.
I was going to where the tent was, but thank you.
Yeah. The tent was moved up to where they are now. So yeah, so that's where the tent originally was. It got moved up to there. So,
I'm going to talk telepathically to Sora and ask what I do if they come out of their tents.
As she's walking over there. Okay.
Yeah.
The people we don't want coming out of the tents, I would ready an action and get ready to fire.
That's actually.
And that's not a good roll.
Okay. So here's how this is going to go down.
Oh, good.
As Thor, so everyone's in position. Well, Darvel just sort of like gets back here out of the way. I'm assuming these two, sure, hide back there as well. Okay, so they all hide back behind the shrine, behind the wagons, get out of sight. Essentially, what's happened there. Thora, you lay your hands on the two there, and you see them immediately. They kind of like they don't start awake. They sort of like rustle and obviously start to wake up there as the cold air hits them, and as whatever you're doing has an effect. You feel the energy, the glow of your hands there. It goes into them. You see sort of that weird. You don't really see auras around that, but you see sort of like a shudder go through them as the power activates. Eldon, you are sitting there fumbling with the tent, getting ready to try to tie it closed. The rest of you are in position. The two men kind of blink and kind of look up at you. This one here just immediately starts wailing and crying. And this one back here just starts screaming.
Oh, good.
Just screaming as it like in terror, in horror, just not looking at you, just starts screaming. And immediately, Eldon, are you physically tying this closed here?
Oh yeah. No,
Okay.
I want to be like 5 feet back from it. That's why I was 1 square away, and I've got my little mage hand out. That's kind of like doing it
Okay.
for me.
I mean, you can be over here if you want to be out just a little bit. So, because all right. So what's going to happen is, give me a sleight of hand. I guess sleight of hand check for the mage hand to try to tie it. It's a little weird, but we'll see what happens. Okay. You got it untied, and you're starting to tie it together, but you all sort of hear this sound, and you kind of blink as you look up there. You don't lose your. It's not concentration, but you don't. You kind of like pause for just a second there as the crying and screaming happen, as he comes like stepping out of the tent there, stumbling a little bit as the tent flap is partially retied or anything else like that. I'm going to give him a dex check to see if he falls on his face. No, he does not. Holy crap.
Fucking what? What? Okay, whatever.
He starts, you can see, but he steps out and goes, what's going on? What's going on? What are you doing? Oh, no, don't. And he starts like putting his hands out, looking over at you, like, because you're kind of like punched over the tent there. Don't do that. No. And that's what he does in response. What are the rest of you who have actions doing?
I'm holding my action ready for one of them to come out to shoot them directly in the face.
He just stepped out and was like, no, and basically yelling at Sora.
Which one? The wood elf or the
wood elf? Yes.
Yeah, he has my gun. Freeze!
I'm waiting for somebody to actually attack, and then I'll do something.
Okay. So you're pausing. Okay, Lucas, what are you doing back there from your vantage point?
Again, I'm waiting for someone to actually attack.
All right. In that case, he steps out, looking around at you, Trevor, with your gun out, saying, "Freeze! What are you doing? Stop!" And he's just sort of like hands up in the air there, kind of like.
Okay, don't panic. Why were these two guards drugged? Answer quickly and answer honestly.
They're scavengers. Period. Okay. So they're definitely not guards of any kind. They're roadside scavengers. And at that point, this one will step outside.
Crossbows aimed at him, guns aimed at them.
Okay, and you see him sort of reaching, and Brevillor is there. Wait! And he's just like him, and you see him. He's actually got his hand on something around his waist.
I have a question. Were these guys actually asleep, or were they deceiving us? How are they looking as far as what they have on them and whatnot?
I mean, he steps out and he's thrown on a cloak, obviously,
right?
And he's got something wrapped around his waist that he's reaching for. You don't see anything else specifically. I mean, he's not like armed, and they weren't armored in the first place. He was all bundled up in like cloaks and furs, which This one steps out. He's just wearing his robes, and he's got his he obviously pulled his cloak up over his shoulders. I mean, he wasn't armored or anything else anyway. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of what you're seeing there, they definitely walked out. They stepped out of their. They were sleeping. They may have been starting to wake up, but you don't. They don't. They're not obviously like armed and armored, ready to go as soon as anything happens. I mean, Brevillor is panicking and like waving his hands out there as this one steps out. He's like, "No, no, no, wait!"
And you all are not in danger. Just tell us what is in the green cart and why have these scavengers been drugged?
And they're still wailing and screaming. Sora, you can see the two of them are just like one of them. The one in the back of the tent there has like backed away. He's just like, no. And the first one is just like, shield.
Sora, can you not calm them?
I mean, they're literally, this one in the front is inconsolably crying. This one is screaming, like putting his hands in front of his face.
Doesn't like laying on hands produce a calming effect or something?
I do have calm emotions.
I don't, but I have command.
We're going to need any...
both of them at once. Creature, you could, if you get, do you have any second level slots?
I do, yeah. You want me to cast it at second level?
Well, if you want to command both of them, only fix one creature otherwise.
Well, one is crying and he's not making a lot of noise. He's just crying. The other one's screaming. I mean,
sure. Okay.
The screaming is what's causing all the chaos. And until we figure out what's going on.
And I'll also ask them to very politely, not aggressively. I was like, I'll make you a deal for now. Put down your weapons completely, kick them over to the fire, and I'll lower my weapon until we find out what's going on.
First off, neither of them are holding weapons.
Okay, I thought you said he was
his hands up there. He's reaching for something around his waist, but you don't see a weapon there that he's reaching for. What you see is kind of a rope tied around his waist. Thing.
I'll ask him. What do you got there?
He doesn't respond. He doesn't speak common from last night.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry,
it's been like 2 weeks. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. So we'll just say this. So command only lasts for one round. You can get him to stop. That doesn't mean you can't start up again.
It's enough for me to scream over to Amethyst to bring calm emotions over here.
Sure. Okay. So you cast command on the one screaming. Let me go ahead and pull up his sheet, and that would be you. Let's see. Oh yeah, Murph. Yeah, he basically just and you see him freeze, he stops screaming because he basically stop. It's a one word command, so he's silence.
Yeah,
he's like stops. Mm-hmm. He's still kind of like.
And Amethyst, you can come over and do calm emotions.
So Brevillor
he's
is just
freaking out.
Okay, Brevillor is just like, why would we should on fire with you? What are you doing? Why are you with weapons on us? We helped these men.
Why?
I told you we found them wandering on the road. We're helping them.
How?
They have been drugged. What happened? I can guess what happened, but I need to know the truth.
Are you investigators? Are you some sort of officials of some kind? What's going on here?
Consider myself, yes. Now, just answer the question. I want to resolve this as peacefully as possible. Check. All right.
Just see.
Can I get a little threatening and do an intimidation check?
Sure. Okay, good. So you see this one kind of like you as you intimidate, he's sort of like he doesn't reach for anything, but he sort of like lowers his eyes and it's like watching you very intently.
Right.
And this one's
he's ready to fight.
If he draws a weapon,
yep.
Can I, as a reaction, do the whole magnetic pull thing to pull it out of his hands? If a weapon,
so cool.
If he pulls it, I want to. It's my action.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and yank it out of his hand.
Okay. All right. You don't see anything metal on him, by the way. So just put it out there. Looking under. He doesn't have a sword on his hip. So
So
just put it out there.
he did reach for his sword then.
Does not have a sword on his head
does,
at all.
it
Oh,
does
okay.
not. It does not look like a sword on his.
Got it. All right.
No.
Sorry.
Eldon, give me a perception check. You're staring at the guy watching him, seeing what he's got there.
I got a potty.
This would go great.
And trust me, I am too.
So
Okay.
I just want to know how it is that they got poisoned and why they are like this.
Right. All right. And so he's kind of like hands are still kind of out in front of him, just looking at Trevor, being intimidating, and just trying to placate his henchman over here. We found them wandering, as I said, wandering the side of the road. We brought them to our camp. They were just sort of staggering along, half frozen, starving. We brought them to our camp. This was 2 nights ago. That night, the one started screaming, the other started crying inconsolably. We don't know what happened. They were just in a shock. So we used it's a apothecary creation called Emerald Fog that essentially damps down emotions. They don't freak out, as they say in some parts of the world. It's used in people that have gone through some sort of trauma of some kind, which these two obviously had, to suppress the heightened emotional state so they can deal with it. It's all it was.
Can I roll a history to see, given that I'm all about alchemical stuff?
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it? Okay.
And whether you were here for, you would have heard of this. These guys are from the Verdant Wild, way to the south.
Oh yeah, other end of the continent. I've never. I don't know.
Yeah. So it's something. So it's like it's possible something like this could be created. There, knowing what you know about alchemy, sure. It would come. It basically as a drug that would just sort of like suppress emotions, calm someone down.
Very, very plausible.
I mean, it sounds reasonable. So, Lucas, what was that?
Can I do an insight check? See if you
Sure, absolutely.
I was just going to ask the same thing.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it. Both
I
of
was
you.
thinking, what's the sense motive in 5th edition?
Yeah, insight check.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. So I will say this. Both of you are fairly certain he's telling the truth. I mean, he seems to be on the level. What he's saying. There's no trace of deception. He's obviously kind of panicked. He's obviously a little bit annoyed the fact that this is how he got woken up in the morning. But he's like his body language, his tone of his voice, everything like that. He seems to be telling the truth. I'll give it to you with a 21. This guy here is absolutely ready to attack. We just lost.
Draven just got dropped. Yeah.
Okay, so you got to shift it over a little bit. Okay, so once he gets back, he'll pop back in, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, so so he's absolutely ready to attack. Like there's no doubt about that. His body language there is he is ready to go to town somehow. But he's at the moment holding steady.
I'll say to Draven when he gets back. I think he's telling the truth, and maybe it's best to lower his weapons.
Okay. So you tell Draven up in there. Amethyst, Sora, what do you guys want to do based on what you're hearing there? And Sora, at this point, the guy will. Oh, Amethyst, did you cast Calm Emotions?
I was going to, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I was going to center it on Sora. It's a 20-foot radius.
Yeah, it's fear, right? It's everything in a big. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead, and I'm sure it's a wisdom save, I assume. Yeah, let me just see.
Charisma
save. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's see here then.
I didn't realize it was a I didn't realize I was doing it at a higher level. I didn't mean to.
Wow. Okay. I'll assume both of those guys go. And that's fine. All right.
Would have just been second level.
Yeah. So these two both calm down to the point where they're not like screaming. They can see they're obviously still kind of out of it. The one that was crying just sort of slumps down and he's just sort of like staring at the ground. The one in the back there just sort of like hunches down and just like basically kind of like, well, he's not like crying, he's not screaming or anything like that. He's just sort of obviously he's exerted himself by screaming for a while there, and he's just sort of like breathing and just kind of like almost like kind of rocking on himself a little bit.
Um,
Um,
Can
Brevalor
I?
doesn't seem to be affected. This guy does visibly relax, as in he's not like
ready to rock and roll.
I mean, he still is if he needs to. It doesn't prevent someone from attacking someone, especially defending themselves. But it at least makes it so that he's not like overly aggressive.
Can I get inside of his personal space, the guy in the back, and just kind of be like, "Do you remember me? Because we've met before."
The guy that was screaming in the back of the tent. I mean,
Yes.
you kind of have to pull him out of the way because it's like a pup tent kind of thing like that. So you can kind of like you can definitely get in his field of view. Just kind of like lean next to the guy that's like crying over here, and just like look at him directly there. So you can definitely lock eyes on him.
Yeah. Just so that he sees me,
Sure.
because he definitely has seen us before.
Yeah. Yes, I saw you. When uh, Grez was taken. Um, yeah, yeah.
What happened between the last time we saw you and now?
Well, after you left, we picked up camp and moved north and west a little bit further in. We found a good campsite. Went and um he we found a good spot. Things were fine, and then something came out of the woods. And at that point, you hear the guy sort of like there was like crying there. Next, he said, like, teeth took shells, claws, terrible, and almost like he's about ready to start like losing it again. But the calm emotion spell is enough to keep him from totally losing it, and he just
I'm gonna
took
call over
Tor
Catherine.
took Tora, killed Tora, took shells.
Took shells, killed Tora. What shells?
Was she the missing?
Shells. She
She was the one
no,
that went missing at
she
the
was
camp.
no, she's the one that there were four that were there, one female, three males. Grez, as they're calling him now, was the one that was dragged off in the middle of the night. Um, so Shells, female, Tora is one of the other males, and then these two that were here.
Got it. Call
Eh,
Catherine over to help. Because I think
Okay,
she has some spells and stuff that can help calm them. And she's more of a calming person, anyways.
basically, that's what it sounds like he's saying. Shells,
Maybe she was a
Um,
mermaid.
or it's a shrimp or something.
I call Catherine over inside the tent to let her finish help healing
Okay.
them or whatever else they'll need to calm them down. And I'll come out and I'll tell the rest of the group what happened.
And you'll see that now they're in the tent there. They do show like they had been injured. They obviously have some sense of injuries that were healed. So it does kind of correspond. They found him wandering on the road. They were injured, delirious, and um, So they do show signs that the clothing's a little bit scuffed up and scratched. One of them's got some blood on his clothes, but not really anything major. Not like there's like an open, huge gash across or anything like that. But as she checks them over there, they don't show any signs of injury. They're obviously traumatized by whatever happened here.
Yeah, I'll just keep her with them to keep them calm while we try to
so
figure
she'll
out what to do next.
I think she should probably stay out of the way in case they do, like, attack us. Because don't want her to get caught up in that.
So basically, Trevor lowers like, as you can see, there's shouldn't be any cause for us to come to blows over this, and I don't want anyone hurt, anyone at all. I just want to make sure that everyone's able to go along their way.
Trevor, you can lower your weapons and just go over to the cart if you want, but these two aren't going to cause any trouble.
Hey, Trevor, here's a funny story. Do you remember last night when you told these guys where we live and that we have a mansion?
Oh, right. So we definitely have to kill him now.
No.
No, we're not killing anybody.
No.
That happened in y'all's heads, right?
Yeah.
We didn't say that out loud in front of these people.
No, he did. He did last week.
I think we did.
Definitely
Oh
did.
no!
Definitely did.
Yep,
Oh,
you
no.
absolutely did.
Oh, we got to
You
make
are-
sure these guys.
You were
are-
like, yeah, Craven's Rest, we've got a mansion
Lucas,
there. And
You're grounded.
Lucas, from your point of view here, you will see that the wagon door doesn't open. Well, it's sort of like you can see. I mean, where you are there, the wagon doesn't open up there, but you can hear the little click of the latch, and just opens a tiny bit there as you can see some eyes just kind of peek out there and then close the door. It doesn't relatch it. It's sort of like
I did say I was keeping an eye on that. And so if
Yeah, I was gonna
anything
say, I
moved
was
there,
right
I would
at it.
be.
That's why I moved back.
I mean, this is while you were talking over here, Trevor. So what was happening there? So it was like, and so I mean, Lucas is from the angle there. Lucas is the one that would see it. It's this right here, so it's kind of almost behind you, Amethyst.
Yep. No, that makes
I mean,
sense. Plus, that's tents in the way too, so I wouldn't necessarily seen
Yeah.
it. Yep.
There's not a tent there.
I mean, I mean, Amethyst, were you sleeping under the stars, or were you sleeping in a tent?
Yeah, just by the fire. It's just
Okay. Okay. In that case, I mean, yeah, you might catch something out of the corner of your eye. By the time you look there, the door is closed again. But yeah, Lucas, from your position, if you saw and give me a perception check to see what kind of details you noticed from that little quick glance there. Yeah, that's good. You will see definitely kind of greenish skin. Some sort of green. You can't see much more in there. Definitely just some sort of green skin that you can see a little bit of the face that peeks through there. Other than that, not much more details other than that, just by the quick little glance you saw. So you kind of had to close it again.
How much do we know about the Yonti?
Probably not a lot. Trevor knew a bit more. The fact that there were settlements along the verdant wilds on the southern border of Garvon, but I mean, there's not like there's an active war going on with them or anything else. That they kind of keep to themselves, as far as anyone's aware.
I mean, what do we know
Other than
about
that,
them as a race?
I mean, as a lore bard, you would know that they're snake people. They're probably cold-blooded. Don't like the cold very much. Other than that, probably not much more than that. They live in sort of jungle areas. Verdant wilds makes sense for the climate and topography and stuff. Yeah.
Could Eldon go to the two guys and kind of do like an investigation check on them? Just kind of like check for any marks. Also, Eldon would like to ask for a couple of additional details.
Give me an investigation check.
Guidance. Oh
Wow.
well, I
Okay.
mean, yeah, and I'll
Right. So a couple things
30.
in it. You will see that this one here definitely shows signs of being scratched, like some sort of a gash, and it's been healed, but you definitely see that there's a gash of some kind there. This one doesn't show any signs of wounds on him, but there's definitely blood on him. Like his clothing, it's been somewhat cleaned, but not full on prestidigitation or anything else like that.
With
But there's definitely blood on him.
Can I with that? Can I get like how long they have had these conditions? Also, does the scratch look like the scratch slash infection of the um slod mess that we dealt with?
So, first of all, timing wise, they said they found these guys wandering 2 days ago. Of course, it sounds about right. I mean, the wounds have been healed, obviously, some sort of magical healing applied, maybe healing potion of some kind.
Yeah.
But there's not really, again, you're not seeing any open wounds, you're not seeing any major scarring or anything else like that. Definitely signs where they were scratched. Where this guy, the front one was scratched. The back one, again, no wounds on him, but definitely blood on his clothing, some of it that's been cleaned up.
And even if he
Based
had, I
on
did lay on hands, so lay on hands would cure him of that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you will see. I mean, for the 28, with the crit there, I'm actually going to say a couple things there. He is showing the signs of a fever that is subsiding. His temperature is higher, but
Okay.
not to the point where it's dangerously high. However, actually, let me take that back. Sora, from lay on hands, it will cure one poison, one disease, each lay on hands. So I will say that you will feel that he is feverish. His temperature is definitely elevated.
Um,
That
Not
possibly
to
could be
a
a
not to a hugely
withdrawal then.
alarming amount, but definitely elevated.
uh,
Yeah, could it
Miss
not be a withdrawal
Miss
as well?
Sora, Miss Sora, I'll turn around from the tent. I will need you here in one moment, or one more time. He is possibly needing more healing. However, gentlemen, hello. My name is Eldon. We have greeted slightly in the past. I understand the traumatic event that you have experienced. However, um, if we are to possibly assist and fix the situation, I do need some more information. Um, if you could possibly, what did the creature look like? I understand teeth and claws. Do you have anything else as far as the size of the creature? Possibly its skin. Was it lots of fur or smooth skinned? Like us. You're trying to crack a little joke. Yes. So the um, hmm, uh, also where it might be difficult, but where was your camp? If you could possibly give me any details concerning that.
Okay, so you asked him three questions all at once, and he's delirious, and
That's why
so
I shot the
We
other
did,
guy.
So
we did,
at
we did see
first
these
it
guys on the
does
way.
that, and then I'll go back. Okay, so that
sure.
is the three
So
questions.
while there's a question there, Amethyst, what were you asking there? So you're saying something there, so I want to make sure we
I
come
was
back to
just
this.
saying we did see them on the way to the city. We saw the guys in their camp.
Yes, and they said they moved their camp to they were in the southern part of the road. Just a little ways off the road, actually, only about 10-15 minutes off the road there. They actually
Yeah,
said that they went north and west, a ways further into the woods there, and found a nice campsite. Didn't get any details about the campsite itself, other than that they found a good campsite there. And then while they were camped, something attacked them. And from the questioning and ministrations of various people, so are you going to go ahead and cure the disease that's on him?
yeah. 5 points each.
So just him, just one that was crying.
Okay.
So Catherine will confirm that yes, he is very warm. His temperature is very, very elevated, and you cure him, and the temperature does start to subside. It was the chaos phage, and yes, they were attacked by something that was about 8.5, 9 feet tall, very broad, long claws. Actually, a long, like almost like a backward-facing claw, and in addition to normal claws, there, wide mouth with teeth. And the description is obviously a slod, a blue slod, in fact.
Hey, look, that came back to bite us in the butt for not going to search for it.
No,
Okay.
no tadpoles from these ones. These are the ones that they turn into the reds, according to the lore there. So so between Eldon and Lucas, who both read the book in Varnak's book there, you do know that the blue slod infect them with the chaos phage. They, in some amount of time, a matter of days, usually, they will turn into a red slod. The red slot are the ones that infect with eggs and make the chest bursters.
Okay. Then starts the wonderful cycle. All right, so Eldon will come up. He's like gonna take off his goggles and like rub his eyes for a second. So slight problem, everyone. As I'm like kind of like speaking out to the camp. There, how do I put? There is a creature of extreme chaos. To the other two individuals. You lot may want to not be on the road anymore. That is for sure. There is a creature called a slod. They are from the realm of chaos. He's gonna then start like explaining for the next like 30 minutes.
Pulled up his hands. I know what they are. I've heard of them. They're very terrible. And there's some in this region?
Well,
That's what you're saying?
he was almost one. Very shortly. We fixed it. So that is good. But yes. According to their descriptions, I believe that it is a blue slod, which we have fought in the past. And killed several of them.
You've encountered them in this region, then. They are. That is very disturbing. I think that we should probably be on our way then, and let you do your thing. And this is very bad.
Yes, which is why I said you should not be on the road. So he's gonna like clap his hands together. So fast. We have some hunting to do, everyone. As he starts getting a little happy.
Darvel's just like one of those things that took on. You're just gonna. Can we get back to town and then?
Yeah, we need to get the wagon back first.
I was going to say, why don't we send these guys back, and we stay out here and go hunting for it.
Because they might get murdered on the road.
They aren't capable fighters, from what I've gathered.
We need to stay with them. We've got to protect them.
Unless one of us wants to go back with them.
I do need to work on one thing in the shop quickly before we set out. Is a possibility, but we do need to probably hunt quickly, as if one is still out, there is a strong possibility of them spreading far quicker than we are capable of handling.
Which is probably a good reason why we should get back to town.
I'm more than willing to just part ways here, and we will make haste and get it out of the area as quick as we can.
Before you leave, though, could I please get a copy of that substance for calming emotions? If that would be a good thing.
He just sort of looks at you like, no.
What?
10 minutes ago, you were threatening to kill us. No, we're just gonna be on our way.
I was not threatening to kill you. I was just
Who's threatening?
Trevor.
I can assure you it was not a threat.
So we're going to town. Why don't you just come with us? You can stay in the mansion that we've already told you about for a couple nights and rest up, and then be on your way.
Yeah, the fuck they can.
Miss Sora, having individuals that we have just met and had a small confrontation with, probably not the best idea to invite them into our home.
I would generally agree with you, but they did let us stay with them in their camp and did not act as hostile as we did.
Yes, and we are
We've
so very sorry for the hostile action this morning. We were under some misconceptions. So sorry.
we haven't been hostile. One person held
Yeah,
his weapons.
just me, and I'm sorry. I kind of do that.
He just likes twirling them around in his hands. He's a bit
See,
weird.
watch, and I'll do that right now, like with my pistol.
Put them away, please.
Again, since calm motions will probably worn off, it's like 1 minute, I believe. Is the
I
duration on that
drop
one,
my
so-
pistol near
Yeah.
them and tell everybody to duck.
Enough
What?
ducks. That's
No, I'm
one
just kidding.
campaign.
No, I don't do that.
Okay.
No.
This one, as soon as you kind of branch your pistols at all there, he's sort of like at this point is no longer being suppressed. I think between the healing and the talking, that these guys are calm down to the point where they aren't like screaming and like freaking out. So they're at least calm, especially the
I
one
will
that's been
say, if there's no
healed.
actual aggressive, even though he doesn't trust it, he'll cantrip the gun away.
Okay. So one thing at this point, you will see that he when you flourish the weapon at all, this one here does reach for there, and he pulls at his belt. And you realize that his belt is actually a coil of something around his waist.
Okay.
He doesn't draw his hand, and you see he kind of grabs something in his waist there. Doesn't yank it out or anything else like that, but there's definitely, it's not a belt, it's something wrapped around his waist. And he's sort of like, he's just sort of looking at you like,
Yep.
hmm?
It's just
Is-
really wrong.
He's
Is
defending himself like I was with my group.
Yeah.
Eldon is walking back to the wagon. He will tell them, there is a wonderful, two wonderful inns in Craven's Rest. Please feel free to rest at either of them. But yes, we shall be on our way.
I might want to camp outside the town. I don't think we'll actually go into town. We'll stay outside of it. We try to avoid larger towns and cities for the most part. We do our own thing. And my companions are often viewed with very much distrust and alarm. So we tend to just avoid being in cities themselves or towns. We skirt the outsides of them.
I'd just like to say, if you see it from our point of view, we came to a camp. Obviously, you weren't hostile to us, and we weren't hostile to you. But we did realise that these two people were under the influence of something, and we just wanted to make sure that they were okay. Obviously, we know now that they're okay. So,
I can assure you that's the only reason I acted the way I did. I wanted to play poker before, if you remember.
that is the only reason. It was just a little bit suspicious, but obviously now it's, we understand what happened. So
you understand. And I appreciate the explanation. I do. And I can see how this is misunderstanding. I didn't realize you'd encountered these men before. I didn't understand that. So I'm more than willing to let, as they say in some parts of the world, bygones be bygones.
What part of the world was that? No, I'm just kidding.
Some other part. I don't know.
Right?
I've heard it from
I just
someone.
wanted you to have to answer a random place.
what even is a bygone?
It's
I
like
just understand the meaning of the phrase. I don't know where it came from.
It's a thing that's gone by.
Right.
Yes.
Like we should have when we saw these two.
Obviously, safe travels to you and your individuals you are traveling with.
Especially the secret one that doesn't want to show its face. That one in there, in that
The
green
one that's
thing.
got me so
You know,
nervous to begin with.
the one that made us a little bit suspicious. That person.
Yeah.
Safe travels to them as well.
I'm sure she would appreciate it.
She. Interesting.
Don't get excited. You have a
Now
girl.
I really want to meet her.
Well, there's a good reason why she's not leaving the wagon. Let's just say.
Why?
Hyperionti she is.
It's too cold.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
It's actually, yeah, that's fine. I mean, she can't really insulate herself to the cold very well. Her lower half is snake, so
Right.
Is there any smoke coming from the fireplace in there? Assuming, or the chimney, assuming that is a chimney on the top.
at this point, yes, there'll be a little bit of smoke coming out of it.
So that
Like,
makes
more
doing
like
the
steam,
table.
actually. By looking at that, actually, like there's smoke coming out of it, like more like steam,
Gotcha.
like someone's boiling water. So it sounds like you're gonna move on ahead there. They will head in that direction as well, but you go on ahead and we'll
Um,
make our way
we
a different direction.
So we can take into custody these gentlemen and take them to Craven's Rest with us.
That would be fine. I mean,
Custody?
we were just trying to help them. So if you're willing to take them on and bring them with you, that's fine.
Eldon will pull out his little saddle and summon his goat.
I forgot about the goats right now.
Yep.
I don't think we need to take them into custody. I think they'll probably be willing to,
Yeah.
tag
At this
along,
point,
especially knowing they're in danger.
yeah. And so if you're willing to protect them, and obviously you healed them and helped them, and they're willing to join up with you, these guys will start striking their camp. You guys put up your tent, and able to pack up the wagon there. Darvel and Gina are already sort of prepping the wagon, kind of putting away their blankets and bedrolls and everything else, packing it all up.
Can we make sure
Grease
there's
is,
fires out?
Grease is helping them. Yep. Oh yeah.
I want to speak
Go
to
for it.
the guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ask him, could we purchase some of that potion just in case we need it on the trip back?
Understandable. I mean, we don't really. It's always good to have coin from the area as well. So, I probably need to resupply at some point. So, all right, I will sell you a vial enough for two uses. And he does actually at this point. Just a moment. Then he does walk over to the wagon there and knock on the door. Does open up there and with this, you can kind of lean out a little bit this way and see there as the door doesn't open up like wide open there, but you do see that yes, there is a woman. Well, you're not really sure. You just so you definitely see green skin. There's definitely some sort of clothing on the top, but at the waist down, you can just kind of see trailing back out of view into the wagon. There is green snake, large. I mean, like the lower half. But she's holding holding a cup of tea. And they speak back and forth in Sylvan. It's like we're going to sell one of the vials of emerald fog. If that's all right. And just sort of like low level look at them and just sort of nods, doesn't say anything, disappears back into the wagon, comes back out with a vial, and hands it off to him.
I'll say thank you very much, then, Sylvan.
They both kind of look over. Well, he knew you spoke Sylvan, I believe. I know he did, obviously.
Yeah.
And since this is all happening there, he will actually come back out, and now he does have kind of a curved dagger on his attached to his belt. and a set of you see a set of a couple of daggers kind of in a bandolier kind of thing across the chest. He's pulling on all of his clothing and getting things into place there as he's also striking his tent and putting things away.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're able to put out the fire, doing else that. He does tell you that the potion, the Emerald Fog, will be 50 gold. If that's acceptable
Yeah.
enough for 2 uses.
Extortion.
Persuasion to try and knock the price down a bit.
Sure, go for it. Okay. 35 gold then.
Yeah, okay, I'll buy it.
Okay. So it's just
I would say I can give. You want me to give half? We have 22. 22 gold.
That's
should
fine.
buy more
Is
than that. Or do you spend a
Anther,
bunch?
Eldon is going to definitely want to take a little bit of that potion if we don't give it to these dudes and dissect that
Sure.
potion.
Effectively, it would act as a extended calm emotions.
Yeah.
Is what it would do. It is taken. It is drunk. You can't just like throw it at someone. It has to be ingested, and there's enough for 2 uses in the vial. But it effectively works as a calm emotions for quite a long duration, from what you can tell. These guys, yes, they definitely showed signs that they weren't taking it a lot. So obviously, it does last for a good amount of time.
Okay.
Right then. So
On our way
2
back.
extra people on your way back. The wagon they'll get their stuff together, hitch up the elk, get things and take their time. Obviously, you guys are able to get up and get back on the road there, and they're still taking their time at the campsite there for the moment, at least. And you guys head out of view.
When we've moved away, Jim,
Mhm.
I will give that potion to Eldon. That's
Okay.
the reason I bought it. I didn't buy it for them. I bought it for us.
Okay. So hold on, you got the Emerald Fog. That's called.
Emerald Fog potion. Yep.
Yep. 2 doses. Calm emotions. 8-hour duration.
Nice.
And any more, you need to spend some time analyzing it. So if you want to start figuring out how it's made or whatever, see what you can do with it. All right then. So you're able to go ahead.
I was going to suggest Lucas told that Yonti about his ring. Ring is that you've got? Lets you withstand the cold.
Well, it's a magic item, so
Yeah.
What would I tell him about it? I have got a magic item that allows me to.
That they could possibly find one for her.
I'm sure they know about such things.
Okay. So, yeah, at some point he didn't really seem to really notice that. I mean, or commented on it at least. So yeah, you're able to move down the road. You got your 2 guys there, and they're just moving along, fairly calm. One of them, the one that one of them will hop on the back of the wagon there, is able to kind of sit on the back there. The other one is able to kind of move along and keep pace. They do pretty well. Occasionally they'll trade because they can't just keep up with this for a long time. But these guys seem pretty used to moving along the trails there and keeping pace with things. So you're able to make some good time along the road. Is there anything else you wanted to do on the way for the remainder of the day?
Yeah, I really. I mean, I already said. I assume we're all saddled on our horse or some of their horses, right? I definitely would have.
While we're just sitting around, can I be working on that spell plate for the boot item.
Yeah, camp. Listening to work a little bit for it. Yeah,
Yeah, just while we're moving,
yeah,
I'm just
because you have the feet to allow you to do it. So yeah.
yep.
Who was that to have with us?
Trevor was asking what the elk is.
Oh, with the elk.
Yeah.
Yeah, the elk were hitched up to the wagons. Their wagon.
No, he was asking what they eat.
Oh, they seem to be eating just foraging around for roots and eating like needles and stuff off the trees. Just kind
What I
of
wanted
munching
to
on whatever.
ask to kind of like break the tension and do what I've wanted to do my entire since this whole thing happened. Can I ask the Yonti if I can feed the Yonti that was taking care of the elk, not the lady? To ask if I could feed him whatever they were trying to eat and if he could be there with me when I did it.
Persuasion check.
Sure. Not terrible. All right.
Not bad. Okay. Yeah. So as you guys are packing up your camp and getting ready to go, yes,
I'd be making conversation with him because obviously we got off literally on the wrong foot. So I'd be like,
well,
you know what I mean? Like,
don't forget this one can't speak common. He only speaks Sylvan.
Oh.
Yeah. So essentially, again, Brevalor says it's okay, let him. And so essentially, you hold out like a little branch with a bunch of leaves and and pine needles on it there, and one of the elk will kind of. And I mean, this thing you have to kind of hold it up over your head because again, these things at the shoulder are 7 feet tall. So it's able to reach down far enough to obviously eat from there, but you're able to, he will kind of munch away on this thing there. And the thing is, the head's bigger than you are. I mean, this thing is absolutely. And with the,
well, I'm ready. I'm willing to die. I'm willing to die to pet this thing. I've already accepted that fate.
Essentially, as you reach up there, he sort of like puts a hand out there, and
it's more petting. It's not more so much petting as letting him smell me and see what he does from there.
Okay. Give me an animal handling check.
Oh, good.
See if it'll let you.
Literally.
Hope it fucking bites you.
I'm very proficient, in fact. Oh God, it was a 1 and it changed over to 19. Oh my God.
Okay. Yes. Bad. Okay. So essentially, while it's there, you're able to kind of reach up and kind of just touch the side of the face there. And it doesn't like flinch. It starts to flinch a little bit there, but you're able to kind of like pause and then touch there. And the thing is just like, it's just weirdly like smooth, like extremely smooth the touch there. It's not like
so soft.
It's not like a coarse fur. It's almost like touching. Like it's like that, and just kind of a very pale bluish white hide to it. Yes, extremely soft, and it just it's able to. It doesn't let you get like really get in there and pet it, but while it's eating there, it's like it just kind of like tolerates it enough there, and once it eats enough of the twig from your hand there, it kind of like leans back and starts to wander off into position there.
Gotcha.
And the Yonti, the handler, just sort of looks at you and nods.
And I'll nod at him and then just leave the rest of the branch in his mouth and walk away.
Yep.
Catch up with the rest of the group.
He's
Probably I'll
away
be sticking pretty close to Gina and the rest with the carriage to like watch out for them.
He's obsessed with Gina. Have you ever noticed this? He's interested in Gina.
Because yeah, she's up on the seat in the wagon there, sitting next to Darvel, and Sora, which one's riding the horse? Is Reese on the horseback and Catherine with you now, or one of them up on the wagon?
Yeah, Catherine could be with me or one on the wagon and one with me. It doesn't matter.
Remember, you have an extra horse, the summoned horse.
Right. Then Catherine will be on a horse and Reese will be in the wagon.
Okay, so Reese will be up on the seat there. So Reese will hop up on the seat there with Darvel and Gina. There's a three bench seat essentially, and the two scavengers will just take their turns on the back of the wagon, just sitting on the back there and hopping off and keeping pace. And you're able to make pretty good time. There's nothing really seem to be any problems. No strange other attacks or anything else. We'll spot at some point the sky does seem a little bit lighter than it was. There definitely is a change in the weather. The clouds have parted there, and you see blue skies up in the break in the trees there over top of the road. You're able to just start to barely see off the distance there where the trees are a little less there as you're getting approaching the plains that mark kind of the start of where the farms and such would outlying farms and such of Craven's Rest would be. Although at this point, once that starts to come into view, it is getting dark at that point. So so your last night camping out here. Anything else before your last leg of the trip?
No, just
Okay.
focusing on what's ahead.
Okay. See messages pop up there. One sec. Okay. All right. In that case, can you give me a set of perception checks for the nighttime?
I will help with that.
Yeah, if everyone's on watch
You
at some
are
point in the
at
evening.
Okay, well that's not going to be the case.
disadvantage.
There we go. That's better.
was-
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
you
I'll
roll a
roll-
disadvantage. You have a thing of exhaustion.
It. Well, I can't get a nat 1, so do I just roll again or what? Because it's impossible to get a nat 1.
It's fine.
I will roll a perception, but I'll do it at disadvantage as I am not really paying attention.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I was just actually looking if it gave you the exactly what they do, and it does. That's cool.
Yeah, just like I kind of don't like it because it makes me roll automatically. Like it doesn't let me roll myself whenever I roll on that one. Makes you kind of sad.
Okay. All right. So, Lucas, you will notice as night falls and starts to, and things get dark there, you will catch that there's definitely less of an animal presence than before. Not so much that there's like not any sounds of animals or owls or like a fox or a wolf off in the distance there, but you're noticing that there's less than there was when you left. Like things are just a little bit quieter, and you're finding that it's kind of making everything a little bit weirder and almost like more eerie because the sounds you do hear are standing out more. So when that wolf howls on the distance there, it makes you jump because it's been so quiet otherwise. When that whatever's rustling off in the bushes over the left side there, you jump as again it breaks that silence. There's definitely something off in the area, and it's almost like a tension in the air. Sora, you're completely an amethyst. You guys are completely at ease. Things are quiet. You do see that the sky is clear, and you can see both moons in the sky, Ioun and Ashvale. They're both in one's the brighter one. Ioun is definitely almost full. Ashvale is just sort of like hanging out on the side there, mostly obscured for the most part there. But you can see that little sliver of purple of the moon there, kind of low on the horizon. There's nothing rushes out to attack you. Nothing other than sounds out there. You're able to have a fairly uneventful and quiet evening. The two the two scavenge with you will camp down there. They're somewhat less. Like they're not screaming. They're not whimpering and crying, but they've been through a trauma and they're keeping to themselves and keeping quiet for the most part there. A bit of a haunted, distant look in their eyes for the most part. And if there's nothing else, the night will pass, and we could do our last day here.
Yeah.
Let's hope so.
Oh, you quick by about 9 or 10 in the morning, you start to see the farmsteads ahead of you. The actual like outlying farmsteads that kind of mark the outer boundaries of Craven's Rest. There, yeah, there's about a dozen or so farms on this side of town that are kind of dotted in various places. There, some obviously growing fields of grain and wheat of some kind. There, animals, various crops. Just a number of different things out here. And eventually, by about mid-afternoon, you come in view of Craven's Rest.
As we're passing the farmsteads, Jim,
Yeah,
if we see anyone, I will ask them if they've had any problems, any troubles recently. Have you heard of anything?
There's no one specifies that there've been any problems, there've been any issues other than the fact that they kind of comment on it. It's not really, things are quieter and strange out there. And kind of that same feeling you had, that nothing's like, they haven't had any issues with predators or anything else like that or anything out there, but just the nighttime seem quieter and just things seem, I mean, it's winter, but isn't a overly harsh winter compared to other ones. So there's usually more activity, usually more sounds out there and everything else. It's been a little bit strange.
Okay.
And as you approach Craven's Rest, you will note something has changed. There is now a eastern gate. There are towers
Yay!
on both sides there, and the wall is continued. Before, the wall kind of stopped right about here, and now there's actually a gate there, and gatehouse is very similar to the southern one.
I hope they let us in.
All, yeah, the gates are open; they're not slammed shut. So as you approach there, the gates are open there, and you do see that there are a couple of the watch that see you approach there, and they wave and well, welcome back. Yes, yes. And we'll just go ahead, just because it's interesting. There is, you will spot that one of the people working there is Riley, and you see, well, it's about time you're back. Good, good. I'm not going to ask if there was trouble because I know you guys. I'm sure there was.
There was a small bit of trouble. We did have definitely an adventure while we were out. We will need to possibly inform the guard later about an individual named what was her name again? The Shade.
That sounds
Yes.
kind of sinister.
Yes.
Okay, then.
Most terrifying. We are most certainly being hunted by an assassin. That is a new thing. And yes, lots of fun new adventures. We have made new friends and good new acquaintances and a new definite problem. The tadpole that we found that one time, that your what is it, your sister? Yes.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Yes. Okay, so we thought we killed them all. We did not. And now they're back. So that is probably an important thing to let the what was the name of that dwarf individual? That is the captain. Yes. Probably let him know that.
Okay, right. Yeah, yeah.
It's
Captain,
like
sure.
Eldon's doing like word vomit is the first
And
person.
and she just sort of like just kind of nods, and at some point she's obviously distracted, and she kind of glances over at Amethyst, glances back at you, nodding some more. Okay, yeah. I'll make sure to get that all down in a report and make sure it's all given to Captain Duncorn. And right, welcome back.
Yes.
And she sort of like motions you guys to get on in there.
Please leave. Please leave.
It's just so-
Actually, we need to inform the family of Persh.
Yes,
He's no
number
longer
one. And then we
alive.
also have 6,000 gold for the mayor.
right, of course.
That
All
we
right.
need to drop off to him.
All right. So essentially, the wagon pulls on in there. Essentially, right once you guys get inside there, Darva will turn the wagon along the road here and start heading back up to the sawmill, the lumber area, as the wagon's there. He is moving on with theirs, so you can follow along with them, or you want to split off, or what would you like to do as you all come in together?
Which one's our house?
Your house is this one right here, 24.
Oh yeah, our house is yep.
Here. Yep.
I will just head that way.
Sorry.
Okay, so you take your horse there. Catherine and Reese will hop on down and kind of trot along from the wagon there and trot along with you as you kind of move on through town.
My bag of holding has the gold in it, so I'll go ahead and head for the mayor and give
Okay.
him his stuff.
When do
Okay,
we
so-
get to check out our new house that we have not been into since it's been done by now?
Immediately following giving the mayor 6,000 gold, I fully intend on going directly to the workshop. I have
Yeah,
many
we have a lot of
projects.
work on in the workshop.
Okay.
Elton, you haven't even
uh,
seen the house yet, have you?
No,
You should
None
we
of us
haven't.
have
se-
since
we,
it's been
we haven't
done.
seen it since they remodeled and fixed everything.
Yep.
Yeah, none of us
Okay.
have seen it.
I'm assuming it's done anyway, since the whole wall's been built now. Finally, the gate's been built.
Well,
I'm assuming
the
the
walls,
house-
and then once you get inside there, you will see that there are actually stacks of logs and everything else kind of set up over here. They are still in the process of continuing the wall,
But at
which
least
needs
they're
to go
doing-
all in there. But they are in the process there. And so is anyone going to go along with the wagon up to Fairwood, or are you going to head on back to the house?
I'll go up there just to see if, anyone's on the way back down from the north.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right. So you head on up there.
You can say if Eldon's going to the mayor, I'll go with Eldon.
Okay. All right. And Trevor, which way you headed?
Sorry, I want to go home.
Okay, so you follow along with Sora and her folks there. You guys just are able to head across, cut through next to the mayor's house. Eldon and Lucas split and go to the
I'm gonna rush in. And pick,
hall.
yep, I'm gonna rush in and pick my room.
We'll get to that in just a minute here. And Amethyst is up here, sticks with Gina and Darvel as the wagon pulls in up here. They start to unload it, do what they need to do there, and you see obviously people are there, and Darvel will tell you that they've already been informed about Persh. They have ways of contacting back and forth there, essentially like the sending spell. They have ways of keeping in touch, and he already reported that Persh had been lost and that they're bringing a new person back. And so while everyone's a bit subdued to the fact that somebody that went out didn't come back, they're able to actually do their jobs and do everything else there. You don't see Elia there yet, but you will see the unloading all happens there. You kind of wait around for a little bit there, and nothing just yet. And so you want to head down to the house?
Please.
I'd like to, in the lumber place,
Mhm.
ask if he or anyone in the area makes frames for paintings.
You'll find that yes, the craftsmen they have, so they have the two actual like carpenters that do a lot of work there. And like, oh yeah, I can make frames, sure. And do you have the things, or do you have dimensions for them?
I'll show him. I'm guessing they're both the same size, are they?
Yeah, the two are the same size there.
I'll show him both of them anyway. I'm excited.
Okay. Oh, very nice. Okay. Yeah, I can make a match pair of frames for that. Sure.
Thanks.
And Been to the house yet?
Not yet.
Okay. And you see, it kind of gives this look of like, right.
Why?
I think you're gonna like it. We'll see. We've been gone 2 weeks. We've been kind of busy.
Awesome. That's
So
exciting.
yeah. Now, uh, so we'll cut to the mayor. So as you get in there, Welby is at his desk Welby's at his desk as usual. And you're back. Very good. I'll let the mayor know. And right, let's see. Right, one sec. And he kind of like completely really off guard. The two of you walked in here out of the blue, and so he goes into the main hall area there. Just wait right here a moment there, and you kind of hear him like, there, they're back. The group from the house, they're back. And oh, and just a couple less than a minute later, he basically come on in. Just the two of you, sure. Here, and just points to the table there. If you need anything, you know where everything is. Just a moment, mayor will be with you. And he kind of just sits off to the side, and the mayor steps in there, typical, usual, good dress there. It's mid-afternoon, so
Fine dress.
yeah, he's in his typical clothing there, very well done there, all clean and everything else. He's a little bit bleary-eyed, like he's been looking at papers all day and such. So because it is at this point around 3 or 4 o'clock. You're back. Excellent. I trust things went well.
Yes. Also, and Eldon's gonna reach into his bag, which the gold is way too heavy for Eldon to actually get anywhere. So
Sure.
it's the second it comes out of the bag, it just like drops to the floor. Okay, so we were able 6,000 gold was the price that you received for the items.
Excellent.
Actually, Eldon, there's a little bit of a twist to that. If you remember, one of the items in your set was a matching pair to an item that we had in our possession.
Oh,
Because we got the earrings from the house.
oh. Well, that's all right then. That's very fortunate. I hadn't realized that I believe there's a necklace and a ring. There was a set of earrings in the house. Must have been my mother's. Those were lost. So, excellent then. Oh, good then. So I'm very appreciative of the price there. And so he's like, basically, he and Welby kind of put the chest up on the desk there, like, well, in that case, absolutely, you've earned your keep here, Welby. You know how what to do, and so Welby actually just sort of like, kind of like toddles out of the room with it, and just like literally somehow manages to open up the door and get out there, and after, once he's out of the room, it's like, so, was there anything else of import or anything else we need to be aware of? Or I've been gone for a while there, so I assume that there's lots to tell and things to do.
Yeah, Eldon will then word vomit like
God.
for the next like 30 minutes straight talking. I mean,
Jesus.
doesn't take a breath.
Lucas, as he's just, you're just gonna sit there and listen to the whole thing again, or are you gonna step in and?
Weren't we gonna get a percentage of the?
Yeah, so you kind of get the impression that's what he was telling Welby. And so while he's talking there, Welby will come back in with a pouch, and you guys got 10%, so he hands you a pouch of 600 gold. Sits on a table there in front of you there. So, and at some point, and the mayor's just like nodding, and seems very interested in keeping up with everything you're saying. Unlike most of the people there, he's actually just like, "Oh, very good. Oh, really? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh," just reacting to everything as he comes in there. he's a politician. And so he's able to kind of at least make himself look interested the whole time, and does pick up the salient points of things that are going on. Uh, and well, again, the 10% as we agreed upon. Please, thank you very much for this. This will be very helpful in ensuring that all our funding sources are in place of all the projects we have going on. So, welcome back. I think you'll be very pleased with the state of the house. I haven't been inside or anything, but I've heard from reports that work has been done and things are moving along at least. And please enjoy.
Yes, thank you. And then also, as I had mentioned earlier, please keep watch for the slots because they are most certainly going to be an issue. Yes. Okay.
And he's yes, I will inform the watch and let Mr. Fairwood know that there's maybe more of a problem. Right. Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much for the gold, and have a wonderful day, sir. And Eldon will go to the house.
And I will assume, I think Sora, that's when they opened up in the very first place. So let's say Sora has the key.
Sora
and-
does have the key.
Maybe she didn't unlock it. I never heard her say, "I lock it back."
No, well, remember her, Iris, her maid actually was staying behind, and so as you approach, actually, you don't even need to unlock the door because Iris will open the door.
Yay!
As you approach there, and so Catherine,
I'm with you anyways.
Yep, Catherine, Reese, Sora, and Trevor are all there at the house. And you will see right away that obviously the exterior, the shutters and the shingles and the siding and everything else has all been patched. It's still a little bit rough. It's not full. It hasn't been repainted or anything else like that, but it's still in good condition. And we're just gonna show. Let's see here, the exterior house there. Well, a lot of any of the vines and everything else have been kind of cleared away, and the place just looks overall in better shape. Again, the roof. Any of the shingles have been patched up and everything else. Any cracked stonework has been mended, essentially, and a lot of the plant, the dead plant life has been pruned away and looking in better shape. As you approach there, the front door looks very nice. Has been polished and reframed, and the hinges are all looking solid and everything. And as you enter. I will, just a word of warning here, I have not furnished the inside yet because we're still going to kind of get some details, some input from you guys here. But I'll kind of go over some of the details that you see as you go in. So first of all, you're entering from here, the front door here, and as soon as you walk in, so the front door is at the top.
It's still on Craven's Rest.
Yeah, it's on Craven's.
Oh, sorry, I changed me, not you. Sorry. There we go. Cool. Okay. So everything is cleaned up. Any of the smudges on the floor looks actually very well polished, and it's all kind of that parquet floor planking, everything else like that. As you're able, the stairs are all mended, the balcony and everything else. The top floor landing is all mended. Everything looks clean and redone. There is a small couch. Sitting area there with a little table next to it. There is no sign of a big nasty painting there on the wall. It is cleared and clean. The walls look clean and everything else. There's also a little expanded sitting area, a couple of chairs and a little table off in this back corner over here. And the stairs going up. Now, we'll just kind of point out some things that are going to be placed in here. These two rooms, as you look, one of them is set up obviously as a library. There are bookshelves in place, sort of shelving kind of over there. There's not really many books on it yet. There's no books on the shelves yet there, but it's up there where there are shelves on all of the interior walls, and a couple of chairs and a small kind of writing desk in that room as well. Across the way is more like a parlor sitting room kind of thing where you have some more obviously space for putting couches and places for people to kind of meet and hang out there. And this area back here is kind of the ballroom slash open party area. There is on the back corner over here an actual bar set up, like basically set up there where you have like sort of a like set of shelves and everything else on the corner walls, and then an actual like separate bar set up in front of that. Nothing's stocked just yet, but it's all there ready for things to be put on the shelves. The trapdoor is visible at this point there, but there is a rolled up rug set off to the side there, so you can see that yes, you can put a rug over it if you want to hide it out of the way, and the door out to the balcony outdoor seating area there here. Moving along here, you will discover that this is the dining room, and the table has been repaired, and the chairs are all matching now. It is this very similar table that was there before, but they made sure that there are enough chairs for 8 around the table, and but they are all matching now, the same color wood and the same style. The kitchen down here looks much the same. Big chopping block, counter block there, a couple of boxes and some crates and everything else on the side there. Not really well used just yet, but obviously it's a space where it will set up there. And right here, Sora, this is Reese's room. Essentially, he's got run of the kitchen, and he can come and go from the back door as needed to go get supplies or whatever else there. So Reese has been set up in here. Small bed. Essentially, little spot there. Yep, there you go. Perfect. Downstairs are repaired and everything else down to the basement, and we'll get there in a minute. And over here, this is where I'm going to get some decisions. However, Trevor.
Yes.
Let me double check something real fast, make sure I'm in the right spot. Okay. You are informed that your room is back here.
Where at?
Right up here on the ground floor.
Oh.
And I'll show you why.
Okay.
So when you get in there is a fairly sizable bed for a halfling set up against this wall over here. All the damage that was done here has been repaired, or nothing is intact here. There is a dresser along this wall here, a little basic desk and chair in the back corner over here, and you will spot something very important here that we'll come back to. There's a reason why you have this room.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll let me go ahead and put Trevor there so we know where Trevor's room is. Because there's something special there you're gonna find there.
It's not even my birthday yet for another 5.
I know. Yeah.
What's going on?
15 minutes.
We'll scroll down here to the second floor. This is where some decisions will need to be made here. But first of all, Sora, your rooms are these two. Essentially, Catherine and Iris, well, can share one of the rooms, and Iris is sort of like sit there. Up to you which one you want. You want the interior a little bit larger or the exterior with the fireplace. Whichever one is best for you. We can move the furniture moved around however you want. But for the most part, so this would be the space for us. And since she probably would know this pretty well here, you will see that sort of right here up against the wall area is a fairly sizable, very, very nice bed. Of a style very similar to what you had at home.
I like beds. Beds are good.
You again have like a dresser, sort of a actual like armor dummy mannequin kind of thing to put your armor onto next to it there, and an armoire for clothing and for cloaks and else that. A little dress there, and sort of off on the side over here is obviously almost like a little prayer mat kind of thing where you can kneel and do meditations and do whatever it is you do in your setup there.
Yeah, a bunch of throw pillows. You're gonna go there so I can sit
Yeah, so essentially, yeah, so
Right,
you'll have a sit
Pillars?
there. Yes. And these two then essentially then have two beds in their room and basically dresser and various things like that. There'll actually be a large kind of sewing area set up over here as Iris does a lot of mending and stuff like that on things that she does around there. Now, decisions will come forth here. Lucas, essentially, you have your pick of these three rooms, one of which obviously we'll say because it has a fireplace in it, at least for now, the bed there's a bed set up in the one with the fireplace, kind of on the end of the room there. The other one is set up as a full on like music room. Like you have like essentially a desk and things you can set up there. Little stands are set up there for your instruments. They don't really know exactly what you've got, but there's basically and essentially you have space to put more things in there. The other room, basically, they just kind of say is kind of empty for the most part here, but they Iris will say as Iris is the one giving the tour here, kind of guest room will be there. Down here, also a guest room over here, atop the stairs, and then Amethyst. Your room is right here, and she actually says, "I know you wanted the attic, but we found a problem with it once you got the stairs repaired and the door opened up there. The ceilings were only about 4.5 feet tall, so it wasn't really set up good for a bedroom. But and you'll see it was a large like 4-poster double bed in here. Actually, we'll say it's on. Yeah, it's on this wall here, kind of facing this way, and there's a dresser in there, kind of a big armoire set up in the corner here. And she says, "Go out the door right there and go up the stairs." And when you go up there, like the attic is just pillows, just like piles of pillows and stuff.
Is that the Les-off room?
It's one of those things that like essentially you can kind of like throw pillows or whatever else that and just kind of like basically a place to hang out essentially. So you have kind of that attic space up there if you want. She will kind of like there was a bit of an addition, and she kind of points at the side of the room. There's actually a little, almost like a little. This is the attic. There's a little kind of gable window, a small one, about maybe yay big, with a little perch on it there and a latch on the window.
So she can fly in. Oh.
Yeah. So essentially, your friend made sure they had their own way in.
I mean, wait
just-
and get offered a key. God.
As a dragonkin, you can't really see. A dragonkin can't really blush, but because she's a copper dragonkin, she's like, but there's, I mean, yes, there is a way in, and then we'll head on down to the basement, and this is where
Eldon and Lucas, or Eldon has.
and Trevor.
So
effectively, this sort of right down here, this long space over here, you look and it's fairly empty. There's not really much there. There's a couple of like shelves and things along the back wall over here, but on the far wall are a set of targets, like big hay bales with like targets set up there as a shooting range.
No.
So people can practice range combat the entire length of this room.
Guys, I have a man cave. Me and
Eldon,
Eldon have a man cave.
Eldon, your room is here. You got sort of the small room there. It's very, very efficient bed, desk, dresser, chair. Pretty much everything is here right now, but has been cleaned and made nice.
Yep.
It's all intact and repaired and such. Um, Trevor, in this room, and the reason why you're in the room above, let's just point something out here. In this corner where this pile is, and in the closet in your room above on the first floor, there's a pole.
Oh my god, I got a Ghostbusters pole. I'm so happy. Sorry.
So, yeah, so we'll just kind of put it there. So basically, in the closet right here, that drops down to the base to the basement there. So you have a way to drop down into this space right here. And then basically this wall and this wall are desks or sort of like work tables. And it's kind of all your sort of tinkering set up in there. This is also desk. There's also more alchemy stuff in here. So literally there's kind of an overflow of tinkering stuff and alchemy stuff in here. So you guys can kind of like mix and match whatever you want to do in this little work area back here.
Sweet.
There's still the pantry. It's all cleaned up, fixed up there. There's an actual door in place now instead of that weird sliding thing that was there before. But yeah, this is sort of pantry / wine cellar. The shelves are all repaired. Again, not fully stocked or anything yet because they didn't know when you're coming back exactly. But there is some like boxes and cans of stuff there on the shelves there ready to be used and such. And next time, hopefully we'll have some things. The last thing point out here for actually let me put Lucas you have there, Amethyst you have there, and the attic. And the attic is sort of a long, narrow space, not very high at ceiling there, and it doesn't really go too much. Kind of the little sloping roof there, hard to see. But yeah.
Awesome.
So that's the basic rundown of the house. The last thing is that you all, on the beds that you all have comforters, like these quilted like blankets set on top of there. Sora, yours is blue and has a very silvery white dragon. This is very similar to your shield. And it's sort of quilted on the quilt on the top of the quilt there. Looks very, very nice. But
That's because blue's the best color.
You will also notice the dragon as you look closer there. It's very, very kind of like detailed with that. The dragon's wearing sort of a little amulet, like a shield, and the shield has your family crest on it. So the amulet on the dragon's neck there, and there's this little shield there with your family crest on it.
That's awesome.
Trevor, your bed there has a quilt that is black, but in the center of it there is a circle, kind of a white circle there that has two. Basically this way, two crossed pistols that are kind of pointing out there, and sitting on top of the pistols facing each other are two ferrets. And around the circle is what looks like coins in various, like they're spinning coins almost, like in various like stages of spinning around the outside of it. Then Eldon, yours is a very much we'll just call it a steampunk looking quilt. It has cogs and gears, but one thing that you realize is there's a couple of different like panels there, and one of the panels has the exact look of your Mizium apparatus. Like a little quilted Mizium apparatus there on one of the panels of the quilt.
Okay. Yep.
Lucas, Yours is very yours actually has what you realize is that you're kind of looking at like kind of a brownish yellowish quilt there. And you realize if you go like that's an interesting color choice there. And you realize looking at it, like, oh, the quilt is literally in a silhouette of an old Karoon. Like looking at it from a distance there across the sands. And it's sort of a almost like a sunset, sort of a yellowish the light of the sunset behind it there. And yeah, so he was like, so there's yours. And Amethyst, yours is a well, mostly purple cloak or so color. Very much your favorite colors there. But there's little like quilted like gemstones that are very dotted around there, and around the full edge of it there is an ivy leaf pattern that shows up around there.
I love you, Jim.
There's also, you realize, in the little quilted designs around there, the leaf pattern there, there's also a curved knife in one of the patterns there. It looks just like the blade in the painting. There's also a easel, like a painting easel, in one of the other ones. And last is the other one there is a dark looking sword that has little like trails of like smoke or flame or something in one of the other patterns.
Has Elia had something to do with this quilt being created?
Don't know.
I'd like to know who knows this.
Did
Jesus.
Iris make it?
No, yes, no, those were delivered. So the carpenter that did most of the repairs on the furniture and everything else, and that brought over some other pieces that they'd had stored away or repaired or anything else. They can't bring things over there. Just a couple of days ago, he brought over these quilts and said that they were made by his mother.
The carpenter did.
The carpenter's mother did, yes. Said it was a sort of a thank you for saving her son. Remember, the carpenter's brother was the one that got slashed by the slot originally.
Yeah.
Oh, the one. Okay.
Yeah, the one that we saved just in time.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yep.
it was- yeah. Aw. Well, as Eldon is kind of like examining the room, Eldon will pull out of his little bag of holding. He's going to like start unpacking, like kind of
Mhm.
making the room a little comfortable. He will pull out a very worn book and kind of like take a second, and he'll set it on the little nightstand, and then he'll take out a very worn photo um, uh, of a husband and wife gnome and 8 children surrounding, and he'll like take a second and he'll set that on the stand, and then he'll take out his little crafting book and he'll set that on the stand, and then go ahead and join everyone upstairs as he takes a second. So I am very impressed with this home. Just saying, as I'm like walking up the little stairs there. I like it. I like it a lot.
And the craftsmen were here off and on the whole time you were gone, doing various things, and all of the stairs and doorways should be repaired. You have locks and latches and stuff on your doors if you feel the need to close your doors and everything. Um, as I wasn't sure exactly when you'll be back, I haven't restocked the pantry or anything else like that, but we can start doing that if you wish. I can send Reese and I can go gather some more things, or Catherine, and we can start making sure everything's in place. But I think this this is quite nice. I have to agree.
Yes, it is very nice. Thank you.
Well, welcome home then. I'm glad you're all here safely, and please enjoy. And if you need anything, please let us know. And yeah, Amethyst, you realize all of a sudden that some of these things on the quilt you didn't even know until a little while ago.
Hmm. It's freaking me out. It is actually freaking me out. Why did people know about the inside of my brain? It's
Well, you can always ask. So,
where is she?
you know where the craftsman is. I mean, you just talked to him. He's the one who make the frames for you.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to go back to him because I want him to make some little fairies for the house. Also, now it's
Okay.
house. Now it's an empty house.
Sure. Okay. So he actually. Oh, you're back. So did you like the house, like the furniture and stuff? We tried to make sure it was pretty intact. I mean, it's not completely done. There's more you have to do, obviously, but yeah, we did a pretty good job, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great.
Good.
But
And
bit freaked out about the quilt though.
oh, um, I I should have said something about that earlier. Well, uh, my mother, she's the one who made the quilt, all the quilts. Well, she's a little touched. She makes quilts and she makes blankets. One thing she does, she actually also does some seamstress work for the fine wares store there as well, and she sells blankets. I think almost everyone in town has a blanket made by her. She's been making them for long as I've been alive, a little longer. But well, sometimes when she makes quilts, she sort of well, she kicks us all out of the house. We're not allowed to talk to her, and she just sort of goes into a trance and makes these things. I don't know. I don't understand it, but she's got some sort of what did Nimbus call it?
A
Um,
gift.
uh, uh, divination, divination. That's what it was. Yeah, divination gift of some kind.
Hmm.
She can kind of see things that pertain to the people she's making a quilt for. So sometimes details get into it that don't make sense or might only apply to the person that she makes a quilt for. So
Yeah, she put some things on my quilt that is, yeah, I didn't. Nobody else knows. I'm sorry, I'm a bit weirded out, but that's not anything new.
Lucas, one thing on your quilt when you at some point flip it back on the inside, the quilt, the other side of the quilt, the underside there is mostly dark, kind of dark gray almost. But in the center of the quilt, you pull it back there, there's a black book opened up, just in the center there.
Right. Okay.
There's not one set up specifically for Trevor there for your ferrets there, but you definitely can put up a little box or some sort of a place for them to settle in there. You can probably steal a couple of cushions from the attic pile if you want to
Gotcha.
put.
I'll keep an eye
Yeah,
out for a bird cage while we're out because a bird cage should sit them fine and just make some
yeah, up to you.
stuff good.
Yeah. Yeah, essentially, yeah, they can definitely you can set up whatever you want there. There's anything set up there specifically for them, but it wouldn't be hard to set up a little like a box or a little hutch or a
Got it.
little bird cage or whatever. So not a problem. So you guys have some time here. We are going to take a quick break. Go ahead and grab some drinks, restrooms, and that. So short break here, about 5 minutes or so, and we'll get right back to it. And then we'll figure out what you want to do next. So take
Sounds
care,
good.
and we'll be back soon.
All right.
And welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to move on with the air, but the party has managed to get in there and check out their new digs, their upgraded digs, and everything else, and we'll see where they go from here. But and with this was talking with the carpenter who did most of the work there, finding out that his mother was the one who made the quilts for you guys, and seems to have some sort of divination abilities that allow her to add custom touches to the quilts that no one would really know about otherwise. And so the day is yours here. I assume Eldon's got a project to finish up there.
Yes, Eldon
so-
is yes. Yes.
Wish you had some downtime to make something else.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
will say
make-
this. So the apparatus you can get done tonight. You got the pieces for it. The only thing you have is that last piece there. So it's a matter of just working that to the right shape and assembling the whole thing. You got all the parts now.
Yep.
So it would just take
Yes.
you the evening to get done. So
Ooh.
we'll assume.
So at some time in the evening, Eldon would be down in there. He would take out his spell plate cog and start spinning it. He would bring out the like little glass vial, and then he has a larger container of this alchemical fluid that he would pour into the
I
thing.
would-
He would affix a new gauntlet that has another two little like vial things that are attached to the gauntlet itself. He'd take off the barrels from the other gauntlet, attach those to the bottom of it, and then there's a hose, metal hose that would run from the gauntlet to the container in the back for the glass vial. Eventually, he would get the strips. When it gets to the rod, he is asserting that into the alchemical fluid. At that time, he would start opening up his magic and start pouring that into the machine. When that happens, the entire house is going to start vibrating heavily as magic is whipped up in the basement as these chaotic forces suddenly start whipping around as the wind itself fills the little crafting area and as that is whipping crazy and crazy, Eldon is spinning that cog more and more as a hum starts to take effect on the generator as that rod dissolves into the liquid itself and lightning starts to shock in this jar filled with alchemical fluid. In the gauntlet itself, you see as those little vials start to shock as lightning is shocking in between the little vials, and along the hose line as the house is shaking violently before it all calms down. And there's a light.
It's a lightsaber? Sorry. That's all I heard. I'm like, bro.
Before that calms down, and there's like little lightning.
The reaction
Is the reaction as that calms down.
and the reaction is stable, and the museum apparatus is active.
Woohoo! That's fun.
So
It's so fun.
absolutely excellent. So as you're putting Chesty in place there, Trevor, up on the mantle, setting the little juvenile mimic up on the mantelpiece there, you do feel kind of the shuddering in the floor and the walls slightly there, and hear some of the noise and else. Like
as soon as I realized that he's even been tinkering, that's what I was gonna say.
Mhm.
Like just what, because he's a tinkerer himself, as you know, an inventor, if you will. He's like trying to put together guns, although without little success. He wants to be more like his brother, who's a very established tinker, like very, very good, like almost on Eldon's level, except not magical, obviously, or anything like that. But at this point, I would jump down the pole and slide down and help Eldon with whatever he wanted to help. I know I couldn't do much in the way of like able to construct, but like handing them tools or like,
Yeah.
putting together a gasket or two or something I'm capable of helping with, I'd be,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you get down there, and it's like full on like mad scientist, like
Yep.
sparks and like, the whole room kind of vibrating, and like whoa. And as you start to move forward, he's just so engrossed in what he's doing there, he doesn't even notice your presence there. So,
Yeah.
um,
Eldon,
but
what do you need help with?
After you say that, and then it's like 15
I'm
minutes
afraid to
later.
ask.
Elon was like,
First, I need you to, and I'm like, never mind, I'm going back up. It's fine. Just let me know when you're done. It's fine.
Yep.
yeah.
So yeah, you're able to you kind of see the reaction happening, and see the device. So yes, the generator is all set. So what are the rest of you doing while? So essentially, we'll just cut to this is around dinner time, or somewhat after. We'll go ahead and say so. Enough supplies have been gathered to kind of Reese will make a meal, an actual real meal as opposed to camp food, essentially. And what are the rest of you doing in the meantime there while we have things going here?
Well, when I've done cautions, duh.
Yeah,
Do we know that he went down there to mess with stuff and would cause that to happen?
you get you. It isn't hard to figure out what's going on there. So if you do go check on there, like the whole, what do I say this there? You kind of feel the vibration of the place. It's not like the whole like things are falling off the walls. It's not like there's like literally like dust, like plaster dust, like raining down or anything else like that. No cracks are forming anything there. It's just you kind of feel it and sort of kind of feel the thrum in the air and a little bit of vibration in the floor. Not enough to like again cause any damage or anything, but you can definitely feel and hear what's going on. So yeah, you would know that he's putting something together.
Okay, but I knew he did it. That's all that matters. Then I wouldn't have to freak out about the magic.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you might, but essentially,
Well,
you know what
right.
he's doing.
But like, yeah, I know he's doing something. Right?
Sure. Uh, so let's see.
I'm gonna,
So
I'm gonna,
yeah, go ahead.
Jim. I'm gonna find Dale if I can.
Okay, no problem. You find them at the Jewel Flagon there, working the bar. They're very very happy to see you, and you're back. Very good. I'm glad to see you again. How are things going?
Fine. I'll try and speaking in Goblin, obviously.
She
Still,
she like
how
looks
fluent
at
I am.
kind of surprised. Very nice, and she replies in Goblin there. That's very good. Your accent's a little bit strange, but it makes sense since I assume learn mostly from a book, but it sounds very good. Understandable.
I'll ask her what she knows about. Well, she or is she? Is she? Is she? Do I know?
They.
She?
I mean, they can be either whenever they want, so they works better.
But she normally changes into a female form.
Well, yeah. At this point, you start to notice, at least with you and around there, they're looking more like themselves, kind of the pale haired elf. But there's not much of a chest there or anything else. But there's androgynous features. At this point, they would probably mostly apply there. So sort of kind of settled into a more more generic form, well, like more androgynous form.
I'll ask what they know about goblins as a race.
Oh well, I think that in we dealt with mostly raiding parties that would take off for looking for supplies and taking finding information and occasionally taking slaves. Although I think, from what I understand, they are more indentured servants. Uh, Goblins are a little weird. their whole place, from what I've heard, is built around debt. Like you're born in debt, you work to pay off debt, you the debt transfers on to your family when you die, and the only way to really have true freedom is to pay off the debt. So really, I mean, part of the reason why those raiding parties go out is because, well, when they're back in their cities, they have to actually, you know, pay for food and pay for a place to live. When they're out raiding, they take what they want. They don't have to pay for it. So everything they do is, well, can be played back on their debt. It's a little strange.
I'll tell Dale about the goblins that we ran into, the party with the after the painting.
Oh, I think I've heard about them. The finders of the, yeah, they go. I mean, we never had anything, but occasionally, if we ever like found like a goblin that was like lost somewhere, and um, I know it wasn't our village, but another village, they found a goblin that had one of those guns, and they things came in and took the guns away. So yeah, I'm glad you're okay. Then that can be kind of nasty, from what I understand.
Yeah.
At that
So
point, we'll just, as you guys are talking there, Andres will appear. And, oh, you're back! Excellent. How was the library? Did the note work for you?
oh yes, fine, thank you. Yeah.
Good, good. And our librarian is frisky as ever.
Yes, he seems to have a thing for you by the sound of it.
Ah, yes. Well, she's a wonderful old lady, so it's good to know she's still there and doing well. So, good to see you back. Drink or anything, or
Yep. I'll have a drink.
sure, slice it over to you, and it's whatever, whatever. Like, give this a try there, and it's like some other weird concoction that you hadn't expected, and it's like this odd blend of like flavors and alcohols that just like, whoa. A little stronger than you expected, but it goes down super smooth, and you're like, oh, yeah, just trying something out.
Mm-hmm. I've mentioned to Dale about shade.
Oh, uh,
So,
mm,
seems to be loads
that's
of changeling going around.
that's that sounds terrible. Well, I'm glad you're okay. That's I've never heard of a person like that, but that that would be kind of frightening. Um, and they're still out there somewhere.
Yes, they got away, unfortunately.
Hmm. So hopefully they don't hold a grudge or anything. I just, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say what. I mean, said my family. I mean, me and one of my siblings was a changeling. My mother was a changeling, but the rest of my family were just elves. I it's that doesn't always breed true, I guess is the right way to say that. So
Mhm.
I'm glad you're okay, and hopefully you don't have any more run-ins with that person. That sounds terrible.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe next time we can capture them, or at least stop them from killing.
We hope so. Yeah. Um, and so, anything else you want to let them know, or just kind of settle into drinks and small talk?
I will ask what languages she knows.
Um, let's see. Well, I do speak. One second. I do speak Sylvan, of course, and most people in my or they learn common, of course, goblin, elf. Um, and I learned a little bit of giant. I don't know a lot, but a little bit enough to kind of get. I couldn't carry a conversation, but I might figure out what someone was saying if they're speaking giant. Uh,
Is
Same
there
with
any?
I know a few. I know a few phrases in Draconic too, but no, no, not to really even carry it. Then I don't know, carry a conversation there. You don't
Is
have
there any
Sora or Iris help me. I don't know. That'd be good.
languages that you'd like to learn?
Well, I mean, I always wanted to learn one of those really exotic ones, like Celestial or Primordial or one of those, because I mean, I can't really change it into those kind of things very well. But I mean, it's a really interesting sounding language. But um, no, no, hard to find anyone that speaks them.
Well, as it happened, Lucas can teach you Celestial.
Oh, well, that's great. I would love to. So, um,
I,
and so
Lucas would be interested in learning Sylvan as well.
well,
Maybe
that's my almost my native language, really, because it's Elven and Sylvan where I grew up speaking the most in my family. So yeah, okay, I can we can exchange some language lessons. That'd be great.
So rude. I'm like, I know so, but he's like, yeah, shut up. I'm not interested.
you're going to be busy with your new
Uh-huh.
friend.
Uh-huh.
New friend.
Well, with your friend, yeah.
And speaking of, um, at some point when you're back there, you will. Um, at what point? So we'll just say that. The carpenter is willing to carve some little figurines for you. It wouldn't be too hard for him to make something up there. He's not really a doll maker per se, but he can carve some wooden figurines that could be decorated if you want it. Um, so we'll work on that and get back to you there. And so you're able to head back to the house. You're there probably in time for the shaking of the house a bit, the rumbling from the basement, as Eldon's device is in place, but it stops, and as he gets kind of excited there and trying to show off and saying to everyone in the house, there you kind of make a beeline for your room and then head up into the attic, unless you want to hear him talk about his device.
Hell no.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So you're up in the attic there, kind of laying in the pillows and kind of looking around there, and there's a little tap 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 at the window, and you look over as the little what looks like the little window opens up, and a little kind of dark brown and black green tipped feathers falcon essentially pulls open the little window and hops on in.
It's just my bird.
And we'll just say that there's a flash of light and feathers as she just kind of like launches herself at you in the pile of pillows and such. You're back!
Hi.
And so we'll we'll assume that there's not much talking initially, and then she's like, huh, well,
I want to show her the presents.
of course. He told me about that. You met, is it Gilda? Is his name?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Okay. Well, and let's see.
He made something for us, but he didn't know they were for us because he didn't know we were real in the way that we didn't know that we were real. But yeah, I'll get them paintings out and
Okay.
show them to her.
And she wait. These are
I walked into an art exhibition and these were on the wall.
that would be weird,
You think?
but they're they're great. I mean, I love it. It's great. She's like, is that the when we the
Yep.
okay then. Well, and she obviously like she, at this point just blushing.
Yeah. Done all that.
Okay,
And so did he when I told him.
uh, I'll bet. I mean, well, I'm glad it went well. So glad you're back. It's, what's this? I hear there's problems on the road. Riley said something about there being. Eldon had said something. Well, they said a lot, but said something about another attack.
Yeah.
Other attacks.
Alden always says a lot.
Yeah, but it's good information, just a little too much at once, I think.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah. So, well, uh, I mean, well, the north. There's many trouble in the forest. Haven't seen anything else up to the north there. We've been out there almost every day, uh, marking and checking and healing and with the trees and such, and prepping the groves for the spring. And uh, oh, Eddie wants to meet you.
Okay, I want to meet her too.
Okay, I'll let her know. Maybe she can stop by in the morning.
Anytime.
Okay. Okay, I'll let her know.
Oh,
And then she actually is like, okay, I did.
huh?
I told her to come by in the morning.
Okay. Okay.
She just kind of just like look in her eyes, like a little far away, look at it for a second and say, okay, she'll be here in the morning.
Right. No pressure. Okay. Got another gift for you.
Okay.
I'll pull out the thing. And I'll say, I'll tell her the story about the fairies and everything, the pixies or whatever they were. And that, we thought they were dolls and blah, blah, blah. But then I got, what's his name, to make these little dolls. And I thought if we put leaves on them and make them into wings and stuff, it might be,
It's like this obviously a shocked and like freaked out that you've met a fairy queen and a hag from the Feywild and all of that.
And I'll tell her about the trinket I got to and
mhm.
the bow.
She'll want to see it like, oh my god. Kind of that like basically nerd, like druid nerd freak out kind of thing of just like, what the kind of. And yeah, as a druid who met someone from the Feywild and now she has a token from a queen of the pixies, and oh my god. So yeah, she's kind of just freaking out a bit there, and she absolutely loves the house, the whole thing there. She's definitely she already kind of druid crafts some little ivy, kind of like living ivy that kind of like wraps around it and kind of enhances it look of it a little bit there. And leaves, huh? And so she kind of like crafts these little like very realistic looking like leaf wings that she just kind of like just grows from her hand, and it fixes them there and kind of playing around with the house and the dolls and the paintings and I assume you guys will probably be occupied the rest of the evening if there's anything else you wanted to embark on.
Does she want to keep the paintings here, or does she want to take them home, or?
Well, can I have the one of you and you keep the one of me here?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And so, yeah. So yeah, she definitely is interested in keeping.
And she can obviously stay here when she wants to. I'm sure the others won't mind. I'll mention it to them.
Yeah. Sorry.
She can come and go.
Can you guys hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Okay. Sorry, my mic apparently wasn't plugged in all the way up top, and my fatness unplugged it a little bit. The one thing I would like to do is go check on Gina and the rest, find out where they shacked up or for the night, because I don't think they were staying with us, right?
No. So you will find, and I'll just kind of.
But I presume.
So
let me ask you this: on the road, we would have known before I even ask and waste time. Are they set up financially okay or no?
Who?
Assuming they
Darwin
need
Gate?
jobs, I would imagine not, right?
Oh no, remember Fairwood. Okay, just to remind you here, Fairwood just got paid 100,000 gold.
Oh, okay. So
The
they're
shipment of balsa that was taken over there, and they didn't bring money back with them. They brought some money back with them,
right. So they're set.
but he has an account essentially set up there. So yeah,
They're
there's no problem there. She's got the job, and Darvel, is the main driver for the wagons that go to and from the lumber yards, and the one that drives the wagons to and from the shipments. So yeah, he's pretty well off in terms of there. So you'll know that when you check in there at some point there in the evening there, Darwell and Gina will be given kind of this right up here in we are right yeah on the map here. This section right here, these are barracks essentially for all the all the loggers and drivers and employees of Fairwood that don't have places in town already, and so there will already be something set up for her because he did wire ahead there that he was bringing somebody. So she has essentially a sectioned off area where that's hers to use. It's a large barrack essentially, four barracks there.
gotcha.
Yeah. So if you wish, the Darvel and Gina are happy to, and whoever else wants to hear what all happened, and they do invite you over to the Ragged Stump for drinks and just carousing and stories and stuff like that.
I would definitely be getting to know all of them and buying drinks and whatnot and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah. And so yeah, you see a number of people you recognize from before. There's workers that are there. It's
Gets to know all of them.
yeah.
I would essentially anyone who's at that bar present, I would be buying drinks for just to try to get to know everybody and get to know the town since we're spending a significant amount of time here.
Yeah.
Or at least it appears so, since we have our own home and dwelling.
Yeah.
I was speaking to Sarah.
How many people are at the inn?
Which one?
The one we're going to, or that we're headed to.
Well, it's just a tavern. There's no inn there. The barracks are up here. The tavern is mostly most loggers. A couple of guardsmen will be in here, but for the most part, it's anywhere from at the slowest part to the height of the evening there, anywhere from 10 to 20 people
Oh well, fuck. Whoops. Okay. That's fine.
total.
If we're all
Essentially, it's
I-
like a longhouse with a bunch of tables set aside there.
Gotcha.
And so it's like I said, the slowest part there, and you'll notice because there is it Wayne, the bugbear there works as the bouncer out the front.
Of course he does.
And you forget that occasionally because as in bugbears, their natural stealth, they blend into things, they're Bigfoot. And they just like suddenly he's there and welcomes you back, and
Jesus, I'm never gonna.
7.5 foot tall furry guy is just standing out in front of the thing. They're like, "Hey, good to see you again." Whoa,
I flip them each silver.
Sure.
And then head on in. I'm assuming is anyone else coming with me? I would have said that we're invited.
Eldon would.
No.
Eldon is looking for Nimbus. Eldon wants to show off his new toy.
Amethyst is a little busy.
Yeah.
We know. No one ever wants to come with me when I try to do things as a group. It's
Sora,
life.
Sora will go with you. Sora will go with you just to see what it is that you're doing.
Can I tell you this new very cool thing I just made, everyone?
Sure. So Sora, you're at the Ragged Stump there. The Ragged Stump is essentially a long, narrow building, tables like the entire length there, and the whole back wall, well, a big chunk of the back wall is a bar. And then there's some sort of a door to the left side of it there that goes into an area behind the bar. But literally, it's a good like 20 to 30 feet long of just tables. And when you first get there, it's not very busy. I said maybe about 10 people or so in the place there, but it starts to pick up as more people show up there.
Yep.
And
Can
they're
I?
mostly loggers and such. Yeah,
Gotcha. Well, like I said, I will buy everyone drinks. Sora included because
sure.
Sora's going with me. I'm assuming you brought your what do you call them? Your major domo.
My entourage, but no, they can go wherever they want. They're
Okay.
not necessarily with me right now.
Okay, so they're
Okay.
not with you. Okay. So yeah. But I'm gonna I'm gonna buy everybody drinks for the night, but I'm just
Sure.
gonna have I'm gonna whisper. Can I go up to the innkeeper
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
I'm gonna
tavern
slide
bartender.
a gold his way,
Mhm.
and then say just have everyone's drinks, on me. Put it on my tab, or I'll pay up for throughout the night, or I'll pay ahead now. And then I was like, just make sure everybody has a good time and put some business your all's way to
Excellent.
our community.
Excellent.
How much would this all be? You think if I'm just considered a party as opposed to actually drinks on the thing?
I mean, effectively, you could probably get away for the evening, total of 20 gold.
Okay, I'm gonna hand her the 20, and then put another 30 into the bar as well to help with because you said the bar was on the outs, right? Kind of.
No.
No,
It's a
before. Right.
bar. Essentially, this one, it gets constant business because all of the people that work for
Oh.
Fairwood go here. The Fighting Unicorn is more sort of like where the townsfolk go. It's more like Cheers.
Mm-hmm.
This is the working man's bar, and then Andres is the cocktail bar. So dual flagon. So essentially, you have the three bars in town there.
I was thinking of the Fighting Unicorn. Whoopsies.
Yeah,
Okay.
Fighting Unicorn. A lot of locals go there, and it's sort of the more general traveler's place. The Ragged Stuff doesn't have any rooms for rent or anything. It's not an inn; it's just a tavern. And so essentially, yeah, this is where mostly the woodworkers and stuff go here.
But I would definitely be paying attention to Gina and the rest and getting them
Yeah,
drink stuff like that and having the
sure.
food for everybody and stuff like that.
Yeah. There's definitely there's a bit of a warming up period for Gina and the rest because she's brand new and she did replace Persh, who was well liked. You find there that at least at some point in the night there'll be a round of drinks raised in Persh's honor. Um, thing we missed and stuff like that. So he doesn't turn into a full wake, but there's at least kind of that moment of silence, everyone taking a drink there, and then the merriment goes back to things there. It's not super rowdy, like no fights break out. There's not like anything crazy, but it's definitely a lively bunch swapping stories and telling
Yeah,
telling things in there. And so
yeah, of
they
course.
definitely want to hear what you guys went through. And so Nina and Darvo will
I'd
go
be feeling them,
say what they did, and then
I'd be like telling tales. Don't make me do it in person because it'd be a nightmare. But but yeah, I'll be telling everyone what happened. Anyone who was interested in hearing anyway, because I know it's a bad idea probably to be telling anyone anything. But at this point, I wouldn't care because I'd be having some as well, and
and
I'd be
so
constant alcohol.
Sora, are you just kind of just keeping an eye on things, staying quiet? You taking some drinks, or
Can I make?
Uh,
Can I have? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if Sora's drinking, are you drinking, Sora?
I have a mug in front of me. Yes.
Okay. Are you drinking alcohol or ale? I assume since a mug, you said ale.
it,
It is
it's
not.
pretty much beer and
Beer or
ale here.
ale or
Yeah.
anything. Not hard stuff, right?
No, it's milk.
Yep.
Cider and mead too. That's all
Yeah,
strong
that's what I'd
beers.
be drinking probably. Or
This
no, what
place
am I doing?
is
I'd be doing shots of like whiskey or the
this
close.
place has mostly like ales and beer. They do have some whiskey and some of the hard stuff, so you can get some shots of that
I
as
would
well.
literally just get 2 bottles
But
of whiskey.
this is basically they basically sell beer and ale, and you will find that there's variations in that the bartender, it's almost like has like a home brewer working for him who basically makes batches of interesting flavored stuff.
Oh,
So various like it's kind of like the tangerine wheat kind of stuff, or some sort of a berry IPA kind of like that. And so various different things there. Some of it's good, some of it's not so great. It all gets drunk. So yeah, and so no one really the bartender doesn't bat an eye pouring you water or milk or whatever. They they he just kind of like nods and not everyone's for the spirits or the alcohol and anything else. So totally understand. So just kind of gives it over to you there. A couple of the people like as they're near the bar when you get yours, kind of like give you an odd look, but at the same time, you're also a dragonkin, and there's no other dragonkin that live here.
And as I walk by to go sit down at like a table or something, I'll wink at them.
Yeah, and he's like, "Ooh, that's cool." And what? Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Sora or me?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you're probably full in your stories and stopping tales and drinking something else.
Yeah, I'm busy.
Okay. You kind of like they just kind of like look at you, nod, and kind of smile, kind of that almost a confused smile. It's like, oh, okay, nod a little bit there as you continue. Right. So the unless there's anything else anyone specifically trying to do, no trouble finding Nimbus. He's still in his shop, kind of working on various things like that. Not really. His shop isn't open, but when he sees that you were there, like, oh, come in, please. It's very good to see you. I'm glad to see. And he sees the generator on your back. I'm assuming you're wearing it.
Yeah. I'm wearing it.
You
So,
completed it. I see. Very,
yes.
very good. Excellent.
cousin, this is a most incredible experience. You remember father, yes?
Yes, I do. Of course, my
Yes,
brother.
yes,
Or
yes. Well,
yeah,
yes,
It's kind of traces back there. Like, yeah.
yes, yeah. So this was his idea originally. And then I'll actually hold up that very worn down journal. Uh, but I completed it. His work, like he's like starts almost crying.
Yeah, he pats you on the shoulder, like, oh, I
Yes,
understand. It's when long time projects finally come to fruition. It's one of the best things in the world, isn't it?
yes. It, it's as you know, the school, the building. Uh, I did blow up the one building, but it is now complete, and I didn't blow it up, and it is perfect. It is absolutely perfect. So a cool thing that this thing does, y'all, is number one, it's now my arcane focus, and I can attempt to cast a spell I do not know and do not have prepared. The spell must be on my class's spell list, and I must have a spell slot capable. And if it has components, I have to cost components. I have to be able to do this. If before I expend the spell slot to cast the spell as normal, but before resolving it, I have to make an arcane check, DC 10, twice the spell's level, um, and then I can attempt to cast the spell. If the check succeeds, I cast the spell that I don't know and don't have prepared. So like that's the whole chaotic part. But if I fail, I've got a big old table of stuff to roll on. So kind of pulling some chaos with
Crazy
sorcerer.
things that can happen. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
Yep.
there's some fun stuff. And then I
Yep.
can also do the same thing with cantrips.
Mhm.
Their spell check is lower. But if I attempt to cast a cantrip I don't know, don't have prepared, and it fails, and I don't succeed on the check, then I just flat out fail and it ends my turn, basically. So it's very cool
Fun stuff.
little generator.
Yep. So good question then. Uh, is Trevor going to get in trouble?
Actually, no, not
Okay.
today. I would, after I had a little bit, I would get, if not on the bar, to the closest where everybody's looking, and just tap dancing and doing the jig and stuff like that, like I did on the
Sure.
stage, except more appropriate so this time, not trying to like cause a scene.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, at least a couple. I mean, they'll kind of clear off a section of the table for you to do that there, and they'll kind of like pull their drinks away and everything. And a couple people like on the floor will do the same. Sora and Trevor, give me both a perception check. Trevor with disadvantage because you're.
We already saw what happens with my perception.
I know, but you might do better on this one.
Actually, I think? Oh, okay. Nope. Reroll. Oh, it's a 9. From now on, okay. First of all, I didn't roll a 9. Let me just be frank. It made me reroll, bro. Oh wait, no, that was a 7. I thought that was a nat 1, and it made me re-roll when it was an anyway.
No, you both got 9s. Okay, so you'll both know that people kind of like are. There's a mixture of reactions. Most people are just like, oh yeah, cool, and just kind of clapping along. A few people are kind of like, come on, get off the table, kind of thing like that. But some people join in. It's kind of a mixed reaction up there, but no one's like hostile or anything weird. No one throws anything. No one like yells anything. They all just kind of take care of their stuff.
Gotcha.
Hey. So you're able to have the evening will pass. You guys will have a good time there, and however long you want to stick around. Sora, if you want to leave Trevor there and head back at some point, or Trevor, you want to spend a long night there and close the place out.
Yeah, I'll stay with Trevor as long as he does.
And then I'll be looking over at Sora, wondering why she's just staring at me awkwardly. And I'll take the ferrets. I should have mentioned the ferrets were kind of like dancing around me, but I didn't mention that, so I'll just retcon that. Okay. And then
at some point they pop out and you play with them. Yeah.
And then start heading out back to the house.
Okay. Place is quiet. The town is fairly pretty much shutting down at this point. You two were able to walk back no problem. It's not a very far walk. Again, you're going from the Radio Sun Pier just out of your house over here. So it's really just a block or so away. You actually, because it's winter time. Not people are out at night wandering around, but you're able to kind of pass by and get to the house just fine. The square is quiet. Nobody's out there really. There's a bit of music and louder voices coming from the fighting unicorn as you pass by, but it's not like it's not like rowdy and spilling out in the streets or anything else. Just so you can kind of hear it there as you pass by. And the other buildings, the shops, and the town hall, the windows are dark as you at this point head back into the house.
All right.
Anything else people are doing for the night? Or are we?
Would I see if anybody followed us out of the bar?
Give me a perception check. See how well this one goes.
Y'all just had a ripping and roaring night, didn't you?
You are certain no one's following you. I mean, it's not like it's
1,000% sure we're just going home for the evening.
Yeah, you just no problem walking along there. No issues whatsoever. You're able to just head on down the way. No one stops you. No one approaches you. You're able to head on back to the house. And if nobody else has anything, we'll go to the next morning. So we know one person has something planned. What's everyone else's plans for the morning? I assume sleeping in a little bit, Trevor?
Oh, wait. Huh?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, wait, what?
No, I rested though, right? So I would take off that exhaustion point.
Yeah, just put your rest.
Now that I'm actually using it, because I've never used it before, I just kept up with what it does. I've never actually put it on here before.
Yeah, because you spent one more night before you got here, so you would have long rested the following night.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
If you do long rest, it'll automatically get rid of it.
Yeah.
Number one, I wake up, I'm still wearing the generator.
Sure. Kind of like your stomach there with the thing on your back. It's kind of like the Ghostbusters proton pack almost.
Yeah,
down on the bed there with the thing still on.
Yeah. He totally falls asleep with the thing on.
That reminds me. Remember when I said I got two bottles of whiskey?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I said it, but I didn't know if you knew I was to take them home with me. It meant that I bought them, not just to like pour.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna hand after I see him in the armor. I just kind of or the gauntlet and the generator. I just look at him and kind of smile and nod. I could have made it. And then I hand him. I was like, "You didn't get to go to the ball with us because I knew you'd be busy. That's why I didn't even bother inviting you. But I want you to have one drink with me."
Well, the complications with alcohol is that it lowers your mental faculties, and I prefer to have my mental faculties at peak condition at all
You
times.
drank one other time, and you didn't drink with me.
Right, and it was a bad decision.
Sorry, sorry. Never mind. I don't want to continue the conversation. That was that. I don't know why it got me. Like, I don't know why that made me laugh as much as it did. Like,
and you're like, George's like, all right. Okay.
yeah, I'm just gonna leave the bottle. I'm just gonna literally put the bottle in the workshop and take mine with me and just like drink it more because I've been drinking.
Sure.
I got rest. I just woke up drinking again.
So you stagger up to your room there, be able to go up there, get back there, and settle in, no problem there. When you put Chesty on the mantle fireplace, which is the one in your room?
Yeah,
gotcha. Making sure
it was a fireplace, right?
There's multiple fireplaces, so yeah. If you look on the map, I'll switch back over real fast to make sure.
Mine. I put them on the mantle.
You got one there. There's a big one here. There's ones upstairs in the room, but yeah, you do have one in your room there. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Make sure.
Sure. Yeah, no problem there. So he's up on the mantle there, and yeah.
Presumably. Sorry. While we're home, my ferrets will stay in their little pre-made shelter that I made for them. But whenever I'm out, they're always with me.
Sure.
Just to make for future if that ever comes up.
Sure. And same with well, let me know about Chesty because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll have to let you know about Chesty. Chesty, I don't look at much of a pet. I just know that he needs to be fed, and I take care of him. But keeping him with me, I see as problematic. So I just kind of let him hang out in my room.
He wants to be your super best friend.
And then, because I've been here lately, like I said, I've been feeding him a lot and stuff like that. I've been teaching him not to bite friends. So I would give him food, put my finger in his mouth. In fact, I'll be doing that now. You could even say, you put my finger in his mouth, and if he snaps, if he tries to snap down, I'll, obviously back out or,
ambulance check.
I'm basically teaching him manners, not so much to be, but
You know what's good manners? Not putting your finger in someone's mouth.
Yeah, more or less. Because like it says that they can talk telepathically to the owner, right?
Yep.
I think you said yeah. Okay.
Yeah, juvenile mimic, but it's on there. So, could you give me an animal handling check to see how well you been training him? Just kind of check in to see how we're doing.
Animal?
I mean, technically, it's
good. I'll take it, man. Because you're not making me roll Arcana or anything. All right.
Yeah, no, you're training it. You're training a creature.
No.
He's it's one of the things that's like it's kind of like a little bit like good old Seymour, little sharp of pores there. You have a couple like
exactly what I was
wrapping your fingers there. Not quite getting your hand out of there quick enough there. He's still a bit snappy, but you kind of like toss the food into his mouth. And he's like good with it and takes it. So yeah. Right. Okay. Then morning. We will move ahead to the morning then, and who's getting up when, and what are your plans for the morning? I know, so figure out who's where when.
Is Eldon's clock going off?
Yes, my clock goes off exactly at 5 a.m.
I'm so glad he's sleeping downstairs because I do not want to be woken up.
He's down in the basement, and you're up in the second floor, so you're about as far away from him as you can get there, Sora.
We've got to get Eldon to invent some soundproofing.
It's somewhat soundproof. I mean, it's basically it's a basement. If you're the only one that's going to probably potentially hear it would be Trevor. Because the rest of you are on the second floor.
I could literally see myself right now if he was doing it, like stomping, because I'm so hungover right now. I'd
Yeah.
be literally like stomping on the ground, like kind of like
Sure.
what you do, like the opposite with a broom on the other floor.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
essentially,
yeah,
you guys might hear more Trevor making sound like "shut up," just like stomping on the floor there. So you're probably woken up more by
Eldon
Trevor than
would,
you are by Eldon.
yeah, Eldon would come upstairs. He'd grab like a quick bite and then go back down to the workshop. I'm going to
Sure.
work on what what part am I working on Trevor's gun for?
Essentially,
So
it's
you're
mostly assembly. The one thing
Okay.
he doesn't have is any dedicated accumulators because he
Okay.
only has two for his pistol. You could recreate another one of the
Yeah.
same type for his pistol for his rifle, but
Yeah. Because it's
right
could
now he
I
only
just could
has
I
accumulators.
take
the two.
one of the could I just have less shots? Because you said basically I shoot and it reloads it, right? And that's what the accumulator does.
So how the accumulator is kind of the charge. So essentially, the accumulator has 6 charges before it is depleted,
Okay.
and then you have to replace the battery. Essentially, is what it is. And so
Okay.
you have 6 shots in your pistol. It'll only be 3 shots in the rifle because
Yeah. Oh
the
yeah.
pistol using
Yeah.
it as a cantrip.
The rifle's a lot
So
harder, and the
it's
rifle
a first
hits a
well,
lot
it's a
harder.
first level spell. So
Right.
it's
Yeah.
essentially you could make one with more charges if you wanted to try to do that. But essentially, it will take it'll take you a
I'm
number of hours to
I'm just
put it
excited.
together.
Yeah.
So then,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I can
So
even help with
then,
that process because I
this
know about
this
putting together.
morning, then I would start making the accumulators. Then.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
So
would ask.
um,
I know I'm not there with him now, but I would because I was talking to him down there trying to help, but he was going on and on with what to do, so I just left, and that's when I went to the bar. But I would have asked to let me help assemble the rifle when he gets ready to that point.
okay. Give me a Tinker's Tool check there.
I actually can do that.
No,
Okay.
this is
Oh,
Eldon for the accumulator.
gotcha.
How do I do that again? On
Just
here?
it's going to be an intelligence check for you. You're proficient there, so it's going to
Okay.
be intelligence proficiency. So
Yep.
you can roll one of your intelligence skills. Arcana would probably work.
Arcana. Yeah, I say
Yeah.
Arcana.
Yeah, for you, Arcana will work for this. Okay, yeah. So you're able to assemble there. You do need to have a gem. So do you happen to have any gems in your inventory anywhere else? Because again, the heart of an accumulator is a small gem.
Oh no, I'd have to go pick one up. I don't have
Okay.
any written down here. All I have is
Okay.
gold.
And what we'll say
Okay.
is that with that, you're able to fashion everything else, get everything in place there, but you need to put a gem. You need to get a gem that's etched, that's put inside there. So essentially, the gem is etched on some facets and then placed inside the accumulator. There, it's sort of and this is a special one. It's actually in a cylinder shape that is slotted into the weapon, like a battery, like a double A battery kind of thing.
Nice.
It's actually about the size of a D cell battery, roughly.
Okay. Awesome. So
So
then,
literally, you got it. You got one created. It just needs to have the gem inserted essentially into it, and then hooked up. So yeah, you're all set. So yeah, that's easy to do. And Trevor, when you say there, you see he's kind of like got things ready there. The parts of the rifle are there, and if you want to give me a Tinker's Tool check yourself,
Got it.
to see if you can start fitting pieces together and making sure they all go there. Again, if you have investigation or some other intelligence based skill, actually, we'll call this a dex based skill for you because you're basically using tools. So give me a dexterity check. I guess sleight of hand or stealth or whatever you happen to have that's dexterity based.
Okay. I just linked them accidentally. You said stealth.
Yeah, whatever's going to be dexterity based for you. Yeah. So you're able to start fitting pieces together there, and it's all pretty much ready to go. All the pieces in place. So you have to kind of fit a couple things together, but with your nimble fingers and everything else, you're able to start assembling pieces together.
Awesome.
Thor, you're going to head out to the wall, and then so about getting up at around 8 and heading out there. So basically at 8, you will hear first strike ring out from the blacksmith shop there as the first clang on the anvil, and it's right across the street from your house there as you're leaving. You'll hear
Never thought
that
I'd miss
clang.
that sound.
And so that first strike happens at 8 o'clock there. And shortly after that, there is. One sec, let me go back out and check them real fast here. Yeah, that was. Okay, so you will see shortly after you leave, you guys are down in the basement working on stuff. Trevor, Lucas, where are you at in the morning?
I'll probably just get up and have a leisurely breakfast.
Okay, so you're just kind of lounging in the dining area there, eating some breakfast. Um, so a little after 8, there'll be a knock at the door. Iris will go ahead and answer it there, and would Elia and Amethyst still be in bed, or are they up and about?
I'm not hungry.
Okay, so you'll see all of a sudden she kind of like, Addie's here. She's downstairs.
What?
I didn't realize she was
Uh-oh.
getting here that quickly. Wow. Well, I guess we get ready. Um,
Hmm.
and shortly after
She
that,
ate all night.
Uh, Lucas, shortly after you're kind of reading through a book there, and we'll just say that Dale actually left you with some Sylvan phrases to kind of practice and try out. Um, and it isn't the extensive primer that she gave you on that they gave you on Goblin, but it's enough that you can kind of like practice some phrases and try some things out there. And you're sitting there like kind of glancing through there, saying some things under your breath there, as Iris, the Copper Dragonkin, there brings in a very elderly woman, human, white hair, kind of a little bit pulled back into kind of a little bun there with some like sides sticking out there, dressed in kind of greenish brown robes and carrying what looks like a walking stick. She doesn't like bent over with age or anything else. She looks very like healthy, but just obviously uh in her later years, essentially. There's some definitely some wrinkles and stuff in there. She would and the walking stick she's more like just kind of a she's not leaning on it or anything, she's just kind of walking along with it. And you see there's a little like vine work and everything else elaborate, like wooden walking stick there with like little knot work vines woven around the entire length there. And she steps in. Oh, hello there. Are you one of is it Amethyst's friends? Uh,
Yes.
oh, good, 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 good. I'm here to speak with the young lady.
I shall go and see where she is.
Uh, I think she and my apprentice will be down soon. I sent a message ahead of there, so
Okay.
they're aware. Mind if I sit down as well?
Oh no, of course.
Oh, good, good, good.
Yeah.
So she sits down at the table there with you, and Iris like, oh, would you like anything? Some tea would be lovely, please. Thank you, dear. And so he wanders off there, comes back in with a little tea, some tea there, and she actually pulls out from her satchel a little like bun of some kind, some little like pastry looking thing like that, and takes a bite. Ah, so nice, and so drinks some tea there. So, uh, what's your what's your name, young man?
Lucas.
Oh, very good to meet you. I'm Addie. Uh, the caretaker of the forest in the region here. I work with. I'm the one who's been teaching Elliot.
I see. Have you had any problems with Slard?
Heard about that, but no, we could be keeping our eyes out for any sign that they're in the northern forest, and I don't think they're showing themselves. I haven't seen any new signs or problems with the animals. We've been asking around and checking to make sure and looking for any signs, but nothing in the northern forest here. So it's a good sign at least. They're not ranging in this territory at least.
No, I know. Lucas noticed on the way back that the animals were unusually quiet.
Everything's well. I think it's just a general. I mean, wintertime is always a little more quiet than usual, but yes, I think there's just a general sense of unease out there in the forest. It's hard to tell exactly. But it's something we're watching out for at least. And if there's ever any problems, we'll make sure to deal with it or call on those that can help. She kind of like gives you a meaningful look.
Oh yes, we.
It is good that you're here. It's always nice when some more competent people that can deal with these things are in the area. So it is a very nice place. Yes.
We're always available to help.
Excellent. So good to hear. Oh, I think they're coming down now. And at that point, you also hear kind of footsteps on the stairs as they come. Uh, the stairs are not quiet. They come down from the stairs over here, back to the kitchen. Uh, Elia actually does grab like a little, couple of little rolls that were set out, and pours a cup of tea, hands one to you. Wait, tea? You don't like tea, do you? Right. Uh, and she looks around there, and hmm,
How do you know?
well, we had breakfast together at the um at the flag, and they didn't want
Oh yeah.
tea, so uh, but okay. And she points. There's a carafe there, and she brings over what looks like some sort of juice or something that and pours in there for and hands it to you. And ready for this?
Thank you.
And so she kind of nudges you over out toward the door there. It's okay.
Where is she?
She's probably in the dining room. I don't know. Patty, are you here? And you hear in the dining room, dear. And let me I have a token for. No,
We
I'll
don't
call it
have
get there.
Alia either.
I don't. I need to make a token for them. I thought I had them.
Oh,
I haven't had to make tokens for them yet. So I will make tokens for them. So we'll just say, yeah, they'll put you, you'll be in there and we'll make you turn around there. And so you have, you step in there and Lucas and an elderly woman. This obviously having conversation, drinking tea, and oh, very nice. Oh, aren't you lovely, dear? Please seat. And Elia just sort of like kind of shuffles a little bit there. Two, come on. And this, so essentially, the four of you now are at the table there. Lucas, are you going to stick around for that? Stick around for it, or do you want to duck out?
I will leave them to it.
oh,
So,
some
give him a
heavy
good
one.
glare as he walks out. Okay.
I'll smile.
I'll telepathically say, "Little shit."
Well, and I want to say, first of all, it is lovely to meet you. You have definitely lit up my apprentice's days since you arrived. But I thank you for everything you've done here. This is excellent, and I know that I can see that you have good intentions and such. How long have you been dealing with the visions and such? And Elliot kind of looks at her like a surprise as well. What?
Forever. Since I was a child, since I can remember, really. I recently met somebody else who has similar visions.
It's always strange when you meet the ones you're connected to, isn't it?
Yeah. What do you know? Do you have somebody that you're connected with?
Phenomenon is one that I've learned of, and one that I experienced as well. Um, it's known as a shattered soul. When, as I understand it, and it comes from my friend Mabel, who is much more learned and and spends much more time in the libraries than I ever have. But a shattered soul is someone who, usually someone of strong or, um, the best way to put this, powerful presence. Sometimes if they are die or killed in a terrible way, their soul will fragment into pieces. Now, usually when someone dies, the soul is left to wander or drawn into the Shadowfell, where it's laid to rest for a time until it's called back to a new body in some way. But the shattered soul, those fragments never come together again. But they can be called as well. And sometimes those fragments, well, they can all come back at once. And when they do, those fragmented souls turn into, well, people that have connections. I had 6 I was connected to. Um, it's very strange. I've met all but one. There, 4 of them are still out there. Um, but I digress. But that is what you're going through. You are connected to these people through shared pieces of the same soul. I assume you both have the same birthday. Is that right?
Yep.
It's the same with us as well.
The three of us that have met so far. Well, I've met obviously Alia and another person, and we all have the same birthday.
Well, it was the same with us as well. I hope that all is well with that. It is a very strange thing I know to deal with, but I'm so glad that you found each other. I, uh, my time spent with my friends is the best I've ever had.
That's good. You said there's only 4 of them left, so you lost one.
Huge.
Hmm.
One passed away. I mean, I have the benefit that I'm a druid and accomplished enough that I won't age anymore, and I am much more healthy than someone of my age normally would be. I am, and I am 87 years old now.
Wow.
She doesn't look at. She looks like she's in her 60s. I mean, she had a very firm upper back, firm back. I mean, she's definitely older, but I don't look like she's in her 80s.
I will say as much to her.
But that is the benefit of being connected to nature in this way. We don't tend to age beyond a certain point. But one of my one of our group aged just about 10 years ago. And another was lost in uh, more unfortunate circumstances.
That's very sad.
I still stay in touch with a few of them. One, as I said, my friend Mabel. She she's she's a dwarf and spends most of her time in Port Oris. Actually, uh, quite a wealthy individual there. The Amberbrow family. Yeah,
Oh. Have we met her?
give me a call your wisdom or intelligence check, whichever is better for you.
Both the same.
It's a low DC.
Rolled off a bloody 20 onto an 8. Can't
It's
believe
all
it.
right. I mean, it's actually it kind of hits you in a flash. The Amberbrow family own the Copperhead Inn and the Tumble Taker Tavern.
Oh, the Asimar?
No, she's a dwarf, actually.
Oh, the dwarf. Oh. Oh.
Turns out Kira's
And
playing the
it
whole time.
and it hits you the VIP table where Trevor was shaking his butt.
Right. Yeah, where he was dancing on the table whilst drunk.
Yeah. She there's her and I'm sure Ironhaw's still with her. He's a bit of an odd one, that another dwarf as well. But dwarves are much longer lived, so they're really in their mid years, really. Um, and usually, last I heard, Perrin was still traveling with him, but he keeps himself pretty well closed off from the rest of us. He's deaf. And
Is this a way of
Turok is
finding out the people that you're connected to? Is there a way of finding them? I mean, I kind of stumbled upon 2 people accidentally. So,
well, I mean, sometimes the connection is a little stronger, and sometimes there are people that can reach out in ways that others can't. It seems that everyone has a different level of connection, I suppose, to be the right way to look at it. There's really, uh, like, for example, I tend to be able to reach out mentally, communicate somewhat. Mabel as well. The two of us probably had the most connection for the most part. Two of us. Ironheart is more of a bull in a china shop when it comes to things. He doesn't really uh, communicate well in either physical or mental ways. But uh, then there's Perrin, who sort of can shut. He hears everything, but doesn't keeps everyone out. I don't know how he does it. He just blocks everyone. I think maybe he's training as a monk. I don't know. Um, uh, the other two, well, um, uh, Donovan was a mercenary, and he was very good at connections. And I actually met him first. He came through here when I was just on duties in the forest and taking care of things here. But then, well, Donovan, mm, he was he was a wonderful man, but he was part of a mercenary group that got a little bit too involved in things sometimes. They're still around. The group is, I should say. And then there was uh, Dessa. She's another one we lost. The Dragonkin. Brass. Very much brassy. Dessa Derishan. The, there. She was a bard, like uh, very much into performing and being flashy and loud, and unfortunately was not very cautious and kids. But he's strange thing that we deal with.
Hmm. I get a horrible feeling from one of ours. Like, I don't think he's a very nice person.
There's no way to tell. I mean, I hope that doesn't come to anything awful. And you see kind of Elliot shudder a little bit there and nod. What did what the one that talked to us? What was called him? What Relith? Is that what she called him?
Who, sorry?
Well, remember that talked to us? The remember when we that kiss
I,
when they
I
talked to
can't
us?
I can't remember her name. I don't. So do I
She
know
said
her name?
she said that to watch out for Relith. He was the one that
Yeah.
was I don't know. No, but uh, yeah, I think that this is. Well, I'm glad to have found you, and I'm glad you found each other, dear. This is a strange connection that most people aren't going to have, and I'm glad you've made it.
You should totally see Gildo's paintings.
Really,
Yeah.
you have the one that the one that the scene that he left of you
She
looking
hasn't
over
been
your
home
canvas.
yet.
Hmm?
She,
What's that?
yeah.
Oh yeah, she's still. Yeah, oh, okay, and she kind of blushes. Okay, I'll go get it. Go get it. 1 minute. And she actually walks out there.
Because all the paintings are here, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. So you have the one that you looked at, the fields there, and the two of the two of you. Okay. Oh yeah, a couple minutes later, she's kind of little chit chat, small talk, and all that. So I'm gonna the paintings there. She's delighted to see them. Oh, very talented indeed. Um, and then she kind of looks. He can see through your eyes, can't he? This is you, isn't it? Right. So
Very
she doesn't think,
attractive.
and she's, I mean, um, and then she looks at the scene that she brought the other one as well, there, the painting of the fields, and oh, this is your homeland, isn't it? I recognize well, I don't recognize the terrain, so I assume this is where you came from.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, excellent. So, and essentially, eventually you obviously are getting the sign of approval at least. She doesn't seem to be worried about that, but she does. Um, I will say the loss of one of us can be very devastating. I hope we don't have to go through that. Um, with Donovan, it was not quite so bad. He was, as I said, passed away in his 70s. So he passed away peacefully, but Dessa, that was very hard. It impacted me and the others quite a bit. So I hope that you never have to go through that.
Same. Me too. That's quite a scary thought, actually.
Hmm. Then you kind of pats your hand there, and essentially breakfast will turn to sort of chit chat and asking about some other things you dealt with and things you've seen in the city, that kind of that, and the fact that you actually have met the three others. Um, uh, and also it dawns on you, it's like, oh wait, she said there were six she was connected to, and she only told you about five.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
I thought she meant there were 6 altogether.
no, there were six she was connected to.
Right.
And Titus, insufferable, awful man. He's uh, he's still serving in the Caravan Navy. There, Oh, not really. I don't think they ever made him an admiral, but he was a bit of a pain, pain in the ass to deal with. I'll just say that. Um, very much a Titus Titus Obadiah Wivenvong. It's very pretentious. He showed up. He'd been placed on sort of a forced sabbatical of sorts shortly after Dessa passed away, and we met with him and had to deal with him for a little while. He went back to his ships once he felt he was ready for duty again. I hope the one you have to deal with is like him. He was rather hard to put up with. So, so again, uh, thank you for bringing light to my young apprentice's life, and we'll see how things go here in the city. I will keep eyes out for these slag you mentioned. The fact that they're out there is very, very worrisome. So I do appreciate the warning. We have ways of making sure that we're not caught by these kinds of things, but we'll watch for signs and let you know if we find out.
I'm sure you can get in touch if you ever do need backup. I'm sure you're perfectly capable, but always nice
As
to
I
have
said,
friends.
we don't tend to confront things like that. We tend to stay away from them as much as we can. We're a little bit too, while we have ability and strength, dealing with things like that is it's not something that someone of my age wishes to do very often. You don't have to. So, um, so essentially, the breakfast will pass. You guys went so at some point, Iris will actually bring in an actual breakfast. Things that you tend to like for the most part. There, kind of put a couple things there. You got kind of things to choose from, little platter of food and such. And Sora, out with the wall. You will find the progress is going well. Dunkhorn is nowhere to be seen where the workers are. Um, and kind of the foreman of the job there is one of the workers from Fairwood's operation. Um, and he's just like, well, it's good to see you. I think you're the one that kind of lit the fire and everybody getting working, right? Is that right?
That is right, with help of the group.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, it's a good thing we have things going here. We do have, and he kind of points out there, the guardhouses, the gatehouses took a little bit of time there, getting the stone in place and everything else, but he was able to do that. The problem we're running into, of course, is the ground's kind of frozen, so we have to work on digging holes for the posts. A little difficult, but we're taking it a little bit at a time there. Mostly, we're prepping the laws, getting things in place, but we do have to clear the forest to the north a bit, little bit back away from the edge of the town there, and then wrap the wall around the north part there. We are moving along though, so I thank you for and your friends for getting this going again. It was difficult seeing that sitting there for so long.
Yeah, it's
And
no problem. If we were going to live here as well, we needed to have the ability to feel safe.
absolutely, that makes sense, and I appreciate it. So, if there's anything you need, please let us know. We can the boys can move things around for you. If you need anything at the house. I'm sure we'll be able to lend a bit of a hand there if you need anything moved around.
No problem, thanks. I was just coming to check and see how things were going,
Yep.
making sure there was no more trouble stirred while I was gone.
Gordon looks for progress reports and everything else. We just let him know where we're at. But he seems to be a little less uptight with things as it was. There's like a massive pile of logs that are all cut to the length there in size, and there's some workers that are kind of like slowly like digging away at the holes, chipping through the frozen ground and clearing stuff away and trying to. Um, and actually, one of them brings out, weirdly enough, it's like a metal plate, and you recognize it as um, one of the Manatech heating plates that some places have in their houses for cooking stuff. He puts it on the ground, activates it, and the ground all gets soft and the snow all melts around it and all that. Then they start digging away at it and setting a post. And so a couple of guys get the thing into place there and wiggle it into place there, and they start lashing it all in a position. And you'll see as you're watching, they're slowly getting the posts dug up on the northern section over here. Big old pile of logs, kind of by this one tree that's been left standing over here.
Okay, but things are progressing and a little bit good.
Yeah, Nibus actually suggested we use this little heating plate there to thaw the ground a bit. That was causes all kinds of problems to slow us down. So good way to at least to get a few more posts done every day.
Nimbus is a very smart character.
Yeah. Nope. Again, if there's anything out there, anything you need, let us know. And I'm sure we'll keep in touch.
Yeah, just keep your eye out. We've encountered more of those slug things again on the way back here.
Oh,
Just
well.
yeah, just be
Okay.
super careful. Keep an eyeball swiveled.
Oh. All right, then. Maybe we'll grab a couple of the surveyors at least to keep an eye on things.
Is he an iguana?
He is now.
Keep an eyeball swiveled.
You're just kind of like, hey. Cox had a little bit of turtle phrase there. Like he looks at you. Can you do that?
Oh,
Have you seen Sing 2? You know the lizard woman with the eye the glass eye that just
Yeah,
rolls.
he just sort of looks at like, can you do that?
yeah. Watch as I try to spin my head around and keep an eyeball in every direction. It doesn't work very well, but yeah.
All right. Well, you keep
Sometime
working on that. Yeah, go ahead.
and after the little thing in the morning, I would go to Nimbus's shop and buy a couple of gems.
Yeah, you can find. Essentially, you'll need.
I'd give him the gold for that. I would have
Sure.
given the
Yeah.
gold for that.
Okay.
For all of it.
So-
So much it would have. Well, I wouldn't have known. I just would have handed him some gold, knowing he was going out to get it, right? Because we can go out in town and go get something or whatever. So
Right.
how much gold would that be for those gems?
It depends. So essentially, do you want to go for the 6 charge or the 3 charge, like the one that they already has?
I mean, whatever the most I could get. Like if I could get 6 charges, I would.
So a 6 charge gem will cost you roughly. Make sure I have this right here. Will cost you 150 gold for a
Okay.
6 charge gem. There, the 3 charge ones would cost you 100 gold.
Okay, so 150 it is. That'll leave me with 39
Right.
gold.
So essentially, he gives you the gem. It's faceted but not etched. And so he's like, I'm sure you can do this part of it. I have the gems for you here. You can go ahead and etch them for
yes.
you.
Yes. Thank you so much, cousin. Also, I am working on another project for a set of rocket boots, and I'm also working on another spell for lightning rod. As I hold up my gauntlet and like one of the barrels kind of like moves like around. It is going to be right here, although not quite sure yet. But I do know I am going to need a gem for the rocket boots. I would like to purchase one for myself, and I
Of course.
need a part of the spell is I am going to need some copper rods. I would say 100 gold's worth is 10 castings. I'm not quite sure yet. It is something I am working on, but I will take as much copper as I can.
Okay.
Yes. So I need a.
So essentially, he has. It's like I don't have any copper rods exactly of the size you're talking about, but I do have a spool of wire And he hands you, you can melt this down and reshape it into whatever form you need there. It should suffice for the number of rods you're talking about. As it is 100 gold worth of copper rods.
Right, which will take care,
Yummy.
because that's the reusable component, right? If it's 10 times the price of the item.
Yep.
So
Oh,
I am gonna. So I am working on the next things I'm working on
Sure.
are the rocket boots and that new lightning rod spell.
Did you want a 6 charge for the rocket boots?
Yes, I
Okay.
also want the 6 charge.
Because that those are that's the flight spell you're going for on that one?
That's the broken flight spell that doesn't quite work like
Gotcha.
flight. Yeah, that's the one that I'm not there yet. I'm making
Right.
ones that sort of work
Sure.
sometimes.
Okay. So again, it's 150 for the gem,
Okay.
for the humidity you need to make there. And then 100 for the copper to fashion the rod you need. And then yeah, so then 150 for Trevor's gem. And then you can start working on the pieces. You've got, we'll say, you'll probably need about 100 more gold just in materials,
Yeah.
just to fashion all the conduit, to fashion all the
Yeah, I was
fittings and everything
gonna.
else for stuff there. So yeah, another 100
We're
gold just
so
for
close
the
to the end, so we can
yeah.
RP that later. I am gonna also stop by the blacksmith for some boots,
Sure.
for some metal plating boot thing, all that kind of stuff.
Sure. Yeah, so then you have some things you want to do there. So we'll kind of go from there. And so in our last bit of time here that we have, you eventually meet up for lunch and or dinner or whatever you guys choose, either back at the house or somewhere else in town, up to you guys. But wherever you end up meeting, you all eventually converge together and are hanging out there. Elliot would have had to head back out, so she's out working, so she will say goodbye and take her painting with her, the one of you, and head on out, changing back into a little falcon form and flying off into the north there. Um, Addie left just walking out of the place. She didn't change anything as far as you could tell. You're not sure exactly where she went, but she went off into town somewhere. She said she had to make some more stops before heading back home. Then, other
Very
than
nice
that,
to meet you.
of course, dear, of course. And we'll see each other again soon, I'm sure.
Yeah. I'll ask her if I ask her if she hugs.
She absolutely does, and
Okay.
gives you a hug.
I'll give her a hug then.
Excellent. Um, and so you're able to kind of get together here and discuss next steps. You obviously have things that are out there that need to be dealt with, but what are you thinking next?
I think the slot is the most immediate issue, my Eldon's point of view, because they can infect things that cause things to grow, that doubles the enemies, that can then quadruple the enemies, that can, you know, I mean, we can get in a situation with the slot real quick. And Eldon is in the back of his mind is worrying about that. The trollings are also an issue, but not as immediate issue about things. What do y'all think?
What say the rest of you?
Yeah.
Am I back from the wall?
Yeah,
Yeah. This
this
is
point there.
we're all
So
yeah, we're
you're
all
walking
just
up again there and just saying, "What's next? What's your plans?"
Your
So
watch
yeah,
has ended now, Sora.
yeah.
in
I want to go
while
back out and find those things and rid them of that force, at least so that they're not attracting other people.
The slot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that probably should be something. Although I'm sure there's not going to be just one.
most certainly not just one. As it already has attempted to infect at least one person that we know of. It took one off, which for my guesstimation, I think they were using it as an incubator for their. If they have a red one, they can cause more of them to grow. And they obviously grow quickly, um, as we have seen. So, yes, they have definitely grown more slod in the meantime. I would think.
Lucas, one thing you'll remember here from and Eldon too, but Lucas, you had the book for long and they were reading through it. You would know that Slod that Invarnak had mentioned, stealthing them. They do the hatchlings, the ones that have the food source, do require a lot of food to grow. So like the ones that like burst out of someone there, they literally have to then eat, and those would turn into another blue slot. So all the little hatchlings and tadpoles were all consuming stuff, like attached to the troll, attached to the antelope corpses, attached to the slot itself that was had a couple stuck to it. They were chewing on him. So they do require a pretty good amount of food to grow into a full size blue slot. But the reds, they when someone is infected by a blue slot, they will just turn into a red slot eventually. So that's kind of what you're looking at there.
I don't like that.
Oh.
It is most certainly disgusting. That is a very unfortunate reproductive process for creatures. If we can, though, and I'll hold up like my gauntlet that is like slightly has a little lightning like bouncing in between the couple of materials. I do require. I can make more of these generators, and for the future, in order to stabilize other projects using Misium, this incredible new technology that actually my father did come up with, but I have perfected. Yes, and I need the slod mesh. It is a part of the slod itself. I would like to attempt to harvest some as we are going back out.
What were you trying to harvest?
It is you see, um, I require a component from the realm of chaos, as that is mm, how I have been able to stabilize the generator itself. I am wanting to create additional items. Um, I need more slot parts to do that.
So, you're telling me we get to eradicate this entire existence and you get as much stuff as you need for it?
I would like to attempt that, yes.
Then what are we waiting for?
Well, as I'm gonna hold up one of your gems that I've been like, you know, cutting
Yeah, so
into. Uh,
we're going to do tools there. Like, yeah.
um, the well, number one is I'll hold it up and look at it. I am going to finish this, and then we can go and do that.
Okay, I'm literally walking out the door and I'm like, you stay there. I'm going to go kill them all. And I close the door behind me and I burst and say, haha, just fucking with you. And then just, yeah.
There you go, solo this a lot. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll assume we're meeting back at the house there, and the retainers are there as well. So they see the formula. They'll take care of things here. And you'll see who's my passive perceptions highest. Okay, Amethyst. You will actually, as Trevor does this, he's kind of joking around. You will catch Reese just sort of looking at Trevor and just sort of scowling at him when he makes this joke about this. Again, it's just you're one of the highest passive both insight and perception. So essentially, yeah, you sort of like you kind of catch him just like scowling, just like.
I'll telepathically ask him what's going on.
And he actually blinks and looks at you. Looks around for a moment there until he settles on you. Just the voice kind of like shifts a little bit as he's talking to you, and oh god, brags too much sometimes. I think just I gonna run out there and kill him all by himself, right? Sure, yeah. And he just sort of like
You never,
shakes his
you
head.
never heard of small man syndrome?
He actually just kind of, because he's like over 6 feet tall. I mean, he's fairly well built human. Just like, no.
He could totally take you in a fight, though. Not that I'm encouraging that to happen, but
I've seen him shoot. Yeah, I know. I
And-
never want to go up against that
He's-
little guy ever.
yeah, he's quite handy.
Handy's what they called
And-
me in school.
Handy or handsy, one of them.
And give me an insight check then. An actual check.
Me?
Oh my god,
No,
is
this is all amethyst. This is all amethyst.
Okay.
Telepathically.
Got it.
And so you actually, just for a second, when it's there, it sort of slips. The expression sort of slips from like, and there's sort of the eyes kind of go serious for a second. No, never want to fight that one. And
Are you
We're
okay,
gonna-
dude?
Huh?
oh
Yeah.
my
sorry.
god, it's no.
I'm
That's
just in shock.
that's what's his face. That's the bad guy. That's
Yeah.
Shade. That's Shade.
and he just says, yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine, really. And we'll call it there.
No!
Ah,
What?
Jim!
No!
Let's go for another hour.
No! Why?
Because I
Yeah,
have to be in D&D. I have to leave D&D to go to raid.
No. So,
But it's Aaron's
everyone,
birthday.
thank you for being here. Thank you for watching live out there. I want to thank everyone for playing today. Of course, there, my players, you're awesome. And if you're out there watching now or in the future, take care, and we'll see you again real soon. Bye, everybody.